all my panelists here. Well, it's like a natural silence. I think I want to start. So this panel combines, in a way, very different themes. I'm sorry. And in that sense, it is perhaps the most experimental of these panels. And as you may have already understood, all the panels had an experimental quality to them in the sense of mixing worlds of knowledge, worlds of practice, and not having conclusions. I think that's very important, that we don't have conclusions. We explore, we open ground. I have very much enjoyed the two panels this morning. Now, this panel sort of stretches matters a bit. And I won't name, but I had one architect wonder how he could be on that panel, and then for his comfort, and I mean it in gentle terms, I don't mean it, said, we moved him to a more easier. Because one of the issues in this panel is the right to the slum. An ambiguous notion, and certainly the English language trying to capture something that in Chinese I wouldn't be able to know how that gets expressed. But coming from Latin America, in Latin America there is sort of the meaning of the right to the slum is quite substantive, actually. And of course Latin America has huge slums. Now India also, etc. There are other parts of the world, but I'm just more familiar with Latin America. And it is a bit the notion, it's a claim to a certain autonomy based on having a piece of land on which you can make your own housing, and on which you can also make an economy, which of course is not going to be an independent economy. So it comes with a charge. And of course, the clincher of that notion of a right to a piece of land on which I can build an economy is the notion that it is next to a global city. That's sort of the ideal format. So you have a certain autonomy, you have land on which you can develop your own little, your housing, etc., your informal economies. But location in this case really does matter. Today, what I see from my research, there is a kind of slum that emerges as a global actor, and I'm sort of beginning to use this notion of the global slum. And it is a slum that is, yes, it's also a space of misery, but two things mark it as differently. One of them is that there's a kind of political leadership at work in it. There is an effectiveness to the claim making from local governments that is worth noticing. There is also an emergent network of these leaderships that is global. Just to give you an example, I was in Sweden invited by a government initiative. Of course, the Swedish government, no matter all the novels, I guess everybody has read the novels, can be quite enlightened. And so they invited people like myself, not to give talks, but to hear people who were sort of leaders, you could say, from 70 slums around the world. And they brought them from South America, from Africa, from Asia, etc. And they brought them together in Stockholm. And they talked about their experiences, what they were after, what they wanted, how they were beginning to connect. And we, the experts, were audience. It was an absolutely remarkable event, you can imagine. So out of that, for me, has come something that is more a question than an assertion, or than a finding, or than a conclusion, which is to what extent might this also be going on in China? Now, as I said this morning, I'm not an expert on China, but I was struck also by the migration presentations this morning. There are certain structurations that are similar, in the case of migration, with issues that we confront in our country here or in other countries, in Western Europe, for instance. The subject of the migrant, she need not be a foreigner to be constructed as an outsider, that kind of stuff. And so along those same lines, then the question of the right to the slum. Again, that's an English term, that's an English phrase. To what extent is something like this going on in China? And at the basic heart of that claim is this notion, give me a piece of land, don't give me just a bit more benefits, no, a piece of land on which I can build my housing, on which I can make an economy that will, of course, be partly interdependent with the economy in the major city next to which it is. So that is one subject here. The other subject, and we're going to start with Adam Greenfield, is the question of these new technologies and also architecture. And I don't want a forced marriage. That's impossible between these two sets of subjects. You understand the question of the slum and the questions of architecture and questions of technology. But Adam Greenfield, I think, bridges between the two subjects, because in his work, he's very concerned with bringing in the people dimension, not just the person, but the people. So we're going to start with Adam, and then we're going to have two of these exploratory dimensions on migration, one on an international migration, and then one that perhaps gets at questions of the slum in China. And then we will finish with an architect, Shohei, I don't want to mispronounce your name too much, Shohei Shigematsu. I'm always trying to imitate pronunciations I hear in the various countries where I go, but it always fails. So a very brief introduction about Adam. He is the founder and the managing director of an entity called Urban Systems. It's a design practice, and the name of it is actually Urbanscale, right? Yes. He teaches at New York University's Interactive Telecommunications program. Among his books are one called Everywhere, W-A-R-E, not where, but where, with a subtitle, The Dawning Age of Ubiquitous Computing. There is a forthcoming book, The City is Here for You to Use. And this sort of captures what I think makes Adam a great person to start with on this panel. That is co-authored with Max Shepard. And then there is a series, some of you may know it, called Situated Technologies. And so Adam wrote the first pamphlet in that series called Urban Computing and Its Discontents. Now, previously, Adam was Nokia's head of design direction for services and user interface. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you so much. Goodness gracious me. Thank you, Saskia, for that extraordinarily kind introduction and framing. It's great to be here giving a version of a talk that I'd given previously. The talk is called Another City is Possible. And it's a way of contrasting two approaches to the development of what's called the smart city that we can briefly characterize as the approach from above and the approach from below. And I think it will become fairly clear and self-evident what I mean by that. As Saskia noted, the terrain that I operate on is I think of it as networked urbanism. But the sort of banal and commercialized version of that you'll hear a lot is called the smart city, a terrain, an environment in which the urban fabric itself has been very heavily instrumented with information sensing, gathering, processing, signaling, displaying technologies. And that the people who live in this environment are exposed to the profound mediation of everyday life by these technologies, to the extent that it is fair to say, within this conception of the smart city, I would argue that what we're seeing is a colonization of everyday life in toto by information technology. And what often gets lost in the discourse around these places, and this is a very, very hot topic right now, trust me when I say that, is that a smart city, it's language that I don't myself use, but will accept it for the sake of convention, a smart city is still a city. And so I think it's really important to understand something about cities before you propose to reinvent them on technological grounds. It's really important to understand something about processes of urban structuration and development, both at the level of the built environment and at the level of metropolitan experience. And there's a framing of these issues that has always appealed to me. You'll have to forgive me, I'm sure, in the context of Avery Hall, this is sort of a banal framing of things. It's probably something that people deal with in their first year if they haven't already by then. It still strikes me as kind of an appropriate way to approach these issues. I do have to apologize. Those of us in technology tend to get to things later than everybody else. So this is the framing I'm going to offer you. One of these approaches is associated with this guy, with Le Corbusier. And I should admit here that my reading of these issues is profoundly influenced by one of my favorite books, a book, again, which is probably fairly well known to you, maybe on your freshman reading list, Seeing Like a State by James C. Scott, just a beautiful book. He contrasts these two visions of urban structuration, from above and from below. And from above, he associates primarily with Le Corbusier, with the Ville Dieuze. He associates it with Gracia, a city that was developed from the ground up for the purposes of administration and management. And he winds up identifying a very important salient characteristic of these places that he, I don't think, ever quite uses this phrase, but it's one that in his emphasis on the optical regularity and ordering of these places occurs to me immediately. And I think of this as a city developed around the idea of watchfulness from above. Cities, as I say, that are consecrated to administration, and in fact, latently within their ideology have this notion of optimum control theory, a mid-century operations research notion that for any given problem in the human domain, there is a single best solution to it. So if you are looking to allocate, for example, retail space in a city, all you need to know is perhaps the number of people for whom that city is planned and the number of transactions you anticipate them undertaking in a given year. And from an algorithm like that, you can derive some kind of formula for the appropriate amount of that city that is set aside for the purposes of retail. And Scott, of course, would counterpose this notion against another thinker, somebody who's much closer and more dear to my heart. Here she is on a bicycle in the West Village, Jane Jacobs, who's notoriously associated with a very, very different idea, the idea of spontaneous order from below. And I think this is the hinge where, although I will not explicitly be speaking to it, you'll see the most resonance for inquiry into processes of creation in slums and informal settlements. What Jacobs does is celebrates precisely the thing that is anathema to the people who are positing the city from above. She celebrates all that messy history, that human, that texture, that weave that makes a place what it is, that to any optical inspection is completely opaque. It's wildly overdetermined, wildly overcomplex, very, very hard to prize out the skeins of experience and action and behavior that make a place what it is, and yet are a very special, and as a matter of fact, a highly evolved kind of order built over time by an infinity of small acts. So I want to counterpose these notions of watchfulness from above and spontaneous order from below. And what I'd like to suggest to you is that in the context of the smart city, in the context of this technological environment where the entire city has been instrumented and most of the objects, surfaces, and behaviors of everyday life have been reimagined on technical lines, that there is a very clear analog for the Corbusian perspective of things, and it's offered to us in packages that look a lot like this. This is a operations center that IBM built for the city of Rio de Janeiro. I would also like to suggest to you that there's a very clear analog to Jane Jacobs' thought, to this notion of spontaneous order from below, which is represented by actually a great many more services and systems, most of which many of us are already using. This, in fact, is from a New York City organization called Open Plans. And this is simply a mashup using the Google Maps API, the application programming interface that allows you to connect two technical systems to one another. And it's been used to ask people where in their community they want bike parking to be located. So again, the kind of high concept, sexy way to call this is crowdsourcing. I don't use that language because I tend to be averse to jargon. I break out in hives when I hear buzzwords. But essentially what Open Plans is doing here is crowdsourcing. They're making recourse to communal intelligence and ways of living in the city that already exist. They're not imposing anything necessarily. They're helping the city manage itself organically. Well, I'm going to ask you a question, and the answer should be obvious. Which of these two approaches to things is more congenial to the worldview of an authoritarian state? And I don't think it will come as any surprise, given the nature of institutions and almost the surface proteins that these institutions have that allow them to dock with government scale organizations, given the development organizations and institutions involved. One of these discourses gets a lot more play than the other. As a matter of fact, some of my friends, I was at a presentation at one of the government agencies that's down in the Northern Virginia suburbs, and I heard a individual speaking on behalf of one of these organizations describe the value proposition of the smart city as an IP camera over every building entrance in Dubai. What they wanted to do with the smart city was help the Dubai police essentially track all movements in and out of buildings in that region. So this is the smart city as we're currently being offered it, and it comes to us via institutions like IBM and like Cisco and like Siemens. And I'm not criticizing, I want you to be very clear that I'm not criticizing the individuals who work for these places. I have many friends who work for these institutions. They're lovely people. They have wonderful values. They're beautiful human beings. The trouble is that these are institutions. It is a category error to ascribe to these institutions any feeling for the places that they're involved in other than as abstractions, as markets, and as terrains to operate on. These businesses are in the business of business. They may very well be in the business of technology. They quite possibly think of themselves as systems integrators, and even terrifyingly, the missing link between the real estate and technology sectors. And as there's a woman in the room who works for the organization that describes itself this way, I won't characterize it. And in places like Songdo in Korea, in Masdar in the Emirates, and in Planet Valley in Portugal, the smart city is currently being enacted from the ground up from what developers called a Greenfield site. My own name is Greenfield, so it's always a little bit strange for me to see this up on the screen like that, especially since I simply do not believe in Greenfield development. I think it's a kind of a historical blind alley. The luxury of developing on a Greenfield site is that you can treat it as what Deleuze would have called any space whatever. You can treat it as abstract, unconditioned space at degree 0. You can treat it as a clean sheet of paper, and you can do whatever you want there without, again, all that messy history. The reason I take these organizations to task so often and so fervently has a lot to do with this. Again, they're in the business of business. They're not necessarily in the business of design. They don't necessarily have the time, energy, or inclination to put a lot of thought towards the urbanist discourse. And they almost certainly will not have thought very much about citizen responsiveness. And this gets really strange when you're operating in a place where a state actor is essentially developing cities on greenfield sites, de novo, ab initio, from nothing, from a clean sheet of paper. Where am I talking about? Of course, I'm talking about China. My personal experience of China is rather limited. I've only been there 5 or 6 times in my life. I've spent quite a good deal of time in rural Sichuan province. I've been, bless you, I've been all over the country. But I have to say that my experience remains rather limited. I don't speak the language, and I have to say that a lot of my impressions, particularly of internal migration, beyond my own personal observations, have come through cultural documents. This is a lovely movie by Jiang, Still Life, about an individual who was going back to his hometown, which had been completely annihilated by the plans for the Three Gorges Dam. And as I say, it's not just that I've been sitting in New York at the IFC downtown, siphoning up knowledge about places I've never been. I've spent quite a good deal of time on the ground there as well. This is an image from Chengdu in late 2008, where we used as our base of operations for our investigations into rural Sichuan when we were doing ethnography there for Nokia. One of the things that I learned is that the Chinese government is very heavily interested and invested in a couple of discrete technologies of the smart city, 4 in particular that I'd like to share with you in the next couple of minutes. That these technologies are part and parcel of their approach to developing networked place, and they have embedded and encoded within them a very, very particular notion of the citizen as subject and the role of the citizen in terms of generating the value of a region or a city. And the first of the technologies I'd like to discuss with you is called RFID. It stands for radio frequency identification. And it essentially is a a coiled, very, very thin coiled antenna that when brought within a radio frequency induction field, powers up a chip that's connected to it and transmits generally the unique identification code on that chip to a remote receiver. There are two types of tags, RFID tags, are active and passive. For the sake of this discussion, that distinction isn't really necessarily important. The salient thing is this. The Chinese government has been super, super interested in using RFID to track the movements of people in the landscape. They rolled out a test on the occasion of the 2008 Beijing Olympics. All of the passes for the Beijing Olympics, actually the paper tickets, I mean, this is how elaborate this technology has gotten. A paper ticket can now have an RFID tag stamped into it, and you can't tell the difference from an ordinary ticket. All of the tickets to the Olympics were essentially radio frequency identification tags that had unique identification codes associated with them. So the government was able not merely to track the movement of everybody who went to any venue or used a ticket as an access pass to any area of the Beijing Olympics. With a large enough data set, you can do what's called inferential analytics. You can do relational analytics and begin to project patterns of behavior out into the future. With a large enough data set, you can get really, really good inferences about people's projected intentions, behaviors, and so on. We'll get into that in a little bit. RFID is the physical substrate on which this kind of data gathering attempt is grounded. RFID in and of itself does not have an innocuous history. As it turns out, it's been closely associated with the same mechanisms of global logistics, globalization, military logistics that we associate with some other, that I personally think of as unpleasant effects on our planet. Nevertheless, in this context, in the context of the Chinese government, it's being used in a way that I think certainly if people were aware of this kind of usage in the West, there would be a quite fervent resistance to it. As a matter of fact, when technologies like this were rolled out in California, the community rejected them on privacy grounds. So bear that in mind, that this thing that's being used in China right now without any kind of process of democratic accountability, whatever, when it was attempted to be introduced in the West, Americans and Canadians have tended to reject it entirely. So that's an interesting point of comparison. There's another technology that the Chinese government is probably more interested in than any other organization on Earth. It's IPv6, the sixth version of the Internet Protocol. The simple way of explaining this is that every Internet address, every address on the net, requires its own unique designator. And the current version of the Internet Protocol, IPv4, has run out of addresses. So we literally cannot add any new nodes to the internet in IPv4. I have no idea what happened to IPv5. It never existed. I guess we just jumped directly to IPv6. The salient feature of IPv6 for our case is that it has what's called a 128-bit address space, which means there are enough addresses in IPv6 to assign on the order of 1 million to every grain of sand on Earth. I mean, it's a big address space. It's a void. It's an abyss. And what happens with an abyss is that there is a human tendency to want to fill it. In IPv6, there is an implied or this sort of inchoate desire towards giving everything in the world its own or multiple IP addresses. So every single physical object on Earth can be a node of the internet. Now, this has been an idea which has taken root only slowly in technical circles in the West. There have been various translation schemes and migration efforts to move from IPv4 to IPv6, all of which have been kind of scattershot and incomplete and partial. China has embraced it wholeheartedly. And I would say that the reason is fairly obvious. Rebecca McKinnon, incidentally, has written brilliantly about this. IPv6 offers a schema for the meaningful, detailed, panoptic, synoptic, digital tracking of every person, place, and thing in existence. Trivially, simply, cheaply. It's amazing. This is, I would argue, at the root of the government's interest in IPv6, and certainly when we're talking about the new cities that are cropping up in the Pearl River Delta, in insisting on instilling these places from the ground up with IPv6 addressing. I've spoken already a little bit about predictive analytics and the idea, certainly with microblogging being as popular as it is in China now, utterance analysis, sentiment analysis, the beginnings of the ability to, again, take our declarations, the declarative media that we use, and build on them very, very rich, detailed, and powerful models of our future intentions, future behavior, future social associations, and patterns of social associations. This is essentially IBM's entire value proposition at this point in time, I would argue, is that the power and the value that's wrapped up inside predictive analytics. And it is inevitably and naturally of significant interest in the Chinese smart cities sector. One final thing, the notion of unique biometrics and biometric tracking, particularly in the visual register, but not necessarily limited to the visual register. This is actually not a Chinese system we're looking at. This is a screenshot from a French video analytics package called Vidi Reports that is offered to the world from a French company called Kividi. Kividi being Latin for he who watches, and that's a very apropos name. What's going on here is that you're looking at the back end of a video billboard that's out in public space. And in the frame, the frame that the billboard is mounted within, is a camera that's about the size of the one in your mobile device. So small, physically hard to see. The frame has obviously been painted in such a way to make it still further to detect with the naked eye. And again, the value proposition of this system depends on your not knowing it's there. What's happening is that as people move in front of the field of view of that camera, their facial bone structure is being assessed. There are 81 indices of facial bone structure that VD Reports currently looks for. And with those 81 indices, it can tell you whether you're male or female, how old you are to within 4 age bands, what ethnicity you are, and as well, by bouncing light off your eyeballs, they can do what's called a glance counter, which is an attention metric. They're able to tell you whether or not you're paying attention to the content on the billboard. Now, this is invidious in many respects, and full disclosure, I'm currently embarked on an advocacy effort seeking to regulate these systems out of existence, at least in New York City. I don't think that there is any justification for this kind of information capture from public space without the knowledge and consent and awareness of the people passing in front of it. The Orwellian implications of this, though, are obvious, that when you have trivially, again, cameras, I mean, how cheap is a camera these days? When you have cameras by their millions in an urban space that are provided with software that allows me not merely to take a good guess at, but to be able to assert with a reasonable degree of certainty that you are you, and that you are in this location at this time of day in the company of these other individuals. I mean, there have never been mechanisms for social control that are quite as supple, cheap, easily deployable, readily deployable, and powerful as these. These are the 4 technologies that I see the Chinese government being really, really invested in at this point in time. It is absolutely part and parcel of the smart city proposition. It's absolutely part and parcel of the ways in which cities are getting developed at this point in time. And I want to end on one final point. There's nothing particularly about any one of these technologies that's evil or bad or disturbing in and of itself. It's the functional ensembles that they're laminated into, the networks of actuation, the ways in which they're used. And I just think that we have to, certainly where these systems are exposed to practices of democratic accountability, we have to apply some pretty strong decision criteria to them. I'm going to end on an anecdote about CCTV, actually. CCTV has been offered to us in the West under the notion of security, that it will make us safer. And what a woman named Anna Minton found out in a wonderful book called Ground Control, 2009. She empirically discovered that she looked at data for London, which is currently the most surveilled city on the face of the planet. There are 7 million people in London. There's 1 million CCTV cameras in London. So 1 CCTV camera for about every 7 people in the city. And she asked the question that had apparently never been asked before, which is that since the introduction of these things, are we as Londoners any safer? And what wound up happening is that the answer pretty clearly came back that, in fact, that's not the case. That there is something that happens that Jane Jacobs would have recognized completely and immediately, which is that when there's a camera on the street and it's visible, and say some teenagers hassle a delivery driver, or an elderly woman falls down and audibly breaks her hip on the sidewalk or something like that, in circumstances where people might have been moved to personally intervene in the past and felt some kind of accountability for it, they do not any longer, because the camera is there. Because presumably there's somebody uniformed on the other side of that camera whose job it is to take accountability for that incident, whose job it is to pay attention, whose job it is to watch the street. This is, again, the notion of watchfulness from above, in this case, literally. What Minton found is that these technologies make our cities less safe than the presence of what Jane Jacobs called natural surveillance or eyes on the street, simply activity on the street throughout most of the hours of the day, organically, naturally, pleasurably, which as an emergent artifact, as a consequence and externality of this behavior, wound up making streets safer. This is the most effective security technology that we've ever invented. So it makes me a little bit sad that such an incredibly influential and massively powerful organization as the Chinese government has invested in technologies that are actually making its citizens less safe. Arguably, they're not really invested even wisely. I mean, even if you were to assume that the prerogative of maintaining a grip on power and control over the legitimate use of state assets is a valid concern, I would even argue that they're not particularly going about it in a very wise way. They're buying into a technological mythology that is simply not grounded in any empirical evidence. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I look forward to the conversation that
we have. So we have time for a few questions. Microphones going around. Hi. Can't see. Yeah, thank you for the light. Okay, let me start with a question then.
Always.
These technologies, especially the last one, you know, where you the SVP 6, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes. The void, which is an abyss of possibilities.
Yeah.
So is there any way, I mean, is there any sort of internal contradiction to these technologies that in a way they don't have, let me rephrase that. Could it be that we are so obsessed with being controlled, being observed, being watched, data being collected about us, that we're missing another dimension of these technologies? Not that I believe that that's the case, but you're the person to ask, you know, is there any, I sometimes find that when you situate a technology, you might find a different interpretive option there.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's in fact a question that you'll forgive me for plugging us. I've built an entire practice around. We think that, you know...
I didn't know that.
Hey, how about that? I mean, it turns out to be, you know, I'm not going to give you the stock talk, but yeah, no, it turns out that there is, I would argue, enormous liberatory potential that's inherent, actually, in some of these same technologies, attached to different ensembles and different assemblages, made to act in ways that are more accountable to people. And, you know, I wouldn't leave them behind for the life of me.
Very good.
Is there a question over there?
Yes. And then we have one in the back here, if the next mic can go there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Andrew. You mentioned the biometric scanner that's hidden in a painting. Are you sure that technology is not already in use in the city of New York? And about your advocacy to keep it out, how successful do you think you will be, and what are you up against?
Wow, great question. So far as I know, the only place that technology is currently deployed in New York is at JFK, out at the airport. I will say that you know, there are some very large and powerful companies that are deeply invested in getting that technology rolled out. They haven't been able to as of yet. Your question about advocacy and regulation and responsiveness is super apropos. These questions are not on the radar of any of our representatives or legislators. They simply, you know, you raise these questions to them, and they look at you like you're speaking Klingon. It is a very much an uphill battle. We have decided, so I have a background in military tactical psychological operations, and one of the things that I learned in the course of doing that.
Such a nice field to have a background.
Yeah, so it turns out.
Well, it's good to have you on this side.
One of the things that I learned in the course of doing that was that themes and symbols matter a lot, and naming matters a lot. It's like PSYOP is like marketing with an M16. So it's the way that you frame questions before the public really matters. And so we've decided to do something which is kind of playing dirty, but we think is justified, which is we're going to call this technology spy screens. And if we frame it as spy screens, it's going to be a very brave politician who's going to be able to go on record and say, yeah, we support spy screens and we believe in that. We're going to paint them into a corner and we're going to regulate these things out of existence. And that's all there is to it. I should say, for that matter, that regulation is not the only conceivable response to these things. And I definitely, I can't professionally or personally endorse it from a podium, but direct action is always a possibility. I'll say it that way.
Hi, so this is actually just picking up on that last comment you mentioned, which is, and I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts about the relationship between policy and technology, and maybe more so the lag of policy, because to me, technology always moves at such a faster pace that the implementation of this technology in the real world oftentimes happens way before policy can even catch up to it.
Yeah.
But if you're advocating a Jane Jacobs sort of approach to it, how does that, in terms of policy, reconcile both, I think, in the context of China and also in Western societies?
Goodness gracious me. Wow, that's an hour's question right there. Let me not speak to the Chinese case because I'm simply not qualified to do so. I will speak to the case of New York City, if you'll forgive me. So I think the central thing that you've identified is in fact the central thing, is that policy and technology move at different, what we call clock speeds. They simply evolve at different, they evolve in different ways. So that's already a problem. What is even more so a problem in this culture at this moment is the across-the-board devaluation of expertise. The anti-intellectual current that's prevalent in American political life right now, which means that the people who could have functioned as gears or step-down transformers between the speed of technology and the speed of policy are only being listened to by a relatively small sector of the regulatory community. Their insights and the things that they bring to the table are sort of comprehensively devalued in the more general public discourse. It's really, really hard to speak from empirical information. If we can't even have this conversation about the climate, how can we have this conversation about technologies which are, after all, rather subtler and more obscure than that? So one potential answer is despair, and I can't personally invest in that, So I think that we just need to, those of us who do understand the technology, need to be engaged very heavily in education, including educating upward, as it were. And we need to make sure that our representatives know that we will vote up or down based on their response to these issues, just as we would to other hot button issues. If in fact that is the case for you, it certainly is for me. And that's unfortunately the best answer I'm able to give you at this point in time.
Any other question? Okay, this will be the last one then.
Hi, thanks very much for your quite insightful discussion of these things. You mentioned about the case of London, the most surveyed city in the world. And I was just wondering, what, within this sort of narrative of surveillance in London, what the recent riots and the clear interaction between the rioters and the video cameras, for example, people using their BlackBerries or phones to take videos of the video cameras filming themselves in this sort of meta-dialogue, or in a sense, the realization that if every single video camera shows a scene of violence, that it's impossible to simultaneously respond to all of them. Well, how does this recent episode sort of clarify or illuminate, or whatever, the case of this surveillance system?
I would hope that it would make the people who are hell-bent on installing them rather more skeptical about that particular investment. I think what we've seen, though, is kind of doubling down on it. Certainly the Cameron administration has been forthright in their belief that there's not enough surveillance, whether that happens in the visual register or, again, online. They've been very, very forthright in terms of their stated intention to use things like Twitter analysis, sentiment analysis on Twitter to do predictive analytics about people's behavior in something pretty close to real time. I think we wind up, again, because of the clock speed issue, we wind up running the risk that we'll put all of our energy and effort into worrying about cameras when the ball might have moved downfield. I can't believe I just used a sports metaphor. I think that, you know, certainly cameras are of concern. The visual register is of concern. Our ability to act freely in public space is of concern. But, you know, Twitter is also a kind of public space, and it may be the salient or the one that tells in this particular instance. I think that particular administration has been very clear that they're going to use all the technological means at their disposal to reassert control over public space. And I wish that there would be responses to that assertion of control that were both measured and responsible and yet had the effect of undoing that net of awareness.
Can I pursue that just a
Please
second?
do so.
And I want to come back to your prior, stay here, to your prior statement about what you are doing now. And that is, I mean, when one just goes to somebody like Cameron and says, these cameras are counterproductive, you can see where it's very difficult for these people to believe that. Yeah. But if you situate that camera and what it does in some larger field, you mentioned assemblage, an assemblage of elements, right? I like that word too. Is there a way of persuading? You know, we militarized the war against drugs. It's a total failure. It is very difficult to get out of it, no matter how much it fails, partly because there's a big business interest, which is the case here too,
yeah.
But partly because it is difficult to produce an alternative explanation. And so in your case, since you are working on this kind of, you know, if you want, remarking a given technology, etc., is there a way of doing that also? Is there a persuasive argument to be made that takes this broader field?
Let me take that apart. Is there an argument to be made? Yes. Is it persuasive? I don't know. There's an entire discourse of tactical urbanism. There is an entire community around the creative renegade use of these technologies to explore different kinds of subjectivities. Right. Absolutely, right. There are.
Yes.
You know, I have the privilege of teaching some of the people at ITP who are you know, really personally and very passionately invested in that work. Is it persuasive or you know, is it a blip in the attention economy? You know, it's hard for me to say, and it's hard for me to point at things that have had much tell or much impact, and that's why my personal response was to sort of look at, again, the surface proteins that institutions have to dock with one another, and to realize that certainly public sector entities are not geared in a way that they can engage with you unless you're a company. And so I said there are many, many ways to express this body of ideas.
That's a very good point.
But you may have to do so as commerce if you want a seat at the table.
Yeah.
It's a guess.
Well, that's already a very important point, you know, that we have to find other ways than just as firms or as we know which share a certain kind of logic about.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me modify what I just said. The role that I personally can play is to do that and advocate from that direction. I think that's probably my role with this.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for those questions.
Thank you
great.
very much. You want to take it? Is it yours, huh?
It is.
So our next speaker is Gracia Liu-Farrer. Now I said this was going to be quite an experimental panel. Now we're switching subject to international migrations into China or between China and other countries. Gracia is associate professor at the Graduate School of Asia-Pacific Studies at Waseda University in Tokyo. She researches cross-border migrations in Asia-Pacific nations. Immigrants, you want to already stand here? Immigrants, transnational practices, citizenship and belonging. Her latest publications include a book that is, and I will just confine it to that, Labor Migrations from China to Japan, International Students, Transnational Migrants. Isn't that your dissertation?
Improved version.
Improved version. So I directed your dissertation.
Yes, you're acknowledged.
We haven't improved. You know, I suddenly realized that I was reading the title of your dissertation. All right, there you go.
Okay. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Saskia, for inviting me here. At first, I felt out of place because I'm going to talk about kind of out-migration from China, but now, all of a sudden, since it's experimental, I feel very much in place. What I mean to show here, actually, is that, first of all, China has become a regional power, and with its increasing political and economic influence, the borders of China have become much more porous. So China itself is expanding. The second is the patterns of labor migration within and out of China are increasingly connected. Currently, under the funding of the Japan Foundation, several excellent scholars in Southeast Asia, including the co-author of this presentation and I, are engaged in a Southeast Asian research and education program project examining the Chinese migration phenomena in this region. We hope to map and compare the patterns to Japan, Korea, Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, and other Mekong sub-regional countries such as Laos and Myanmar. And for your information, it is estimated that somewhere between 1 to 3 million new Chinese migrants have been working in Myanmar. Chinese villages and settlements are emerging on the borders of China and these Mekong regional countries. So, okay. Sorry. Okay. Oh. No, this is the way I'm sorry. It's a bit kind of.
You manage?
How can I go back to the?
I'm assuming that way.
Yes,
is it back?
All the way to the. Okay,
front.
Sorry.
Okay,
I'm now giving you a preview. Okay. Okay, the aim, my aims of the presentation is first of all briefly introducing patterns of Chinese migration into Japan and Vietnam, and then examining the relations between labor and the capital mobility in recent out-migration from China in East and Southeast Asia. Then I try to examine the connection between the internal migration and out-migration. Then we try to explore the soft border concept from cross-border migration and transnational movement. So basically, very briefly, I'll give you the kind of introduction of the socio-economic and institutional context in China for out-migration. First of all, in mid-1980s, there is a relaxation of immigration criteria in China. Up till that stage, between 1949 till mid-1980s, there's no private citizen that's allowed to leave China. And not only migrating inside China was very difficult, also out of China was almost impossible. Then, starting in late 1970s and 1980s, there is a high demand for higher education. And now, currently, there is a high demand for international education. Then, of course, you all know the economic reform and the changing labor market. Increasingly, in the recent decades, there is the collapse of state-owned enterprises. This has a very significant effect on our migration because state enterprises now serve as agencies for sending out labor to other countries. And also the difficult labor market for college graduates. Chinese college enrollment has been expanding, but the labor market has been really tight for those graduates. It also affects their out-migration. And then there's this institutionalization of export labor recruitment and international education. Everything now is brokered. So major pattern of out-migration from China since 1980s, first of all, the early cohorts are mostly students and skilled migration into North America, Australia, and Japan. A lot of Chinese students around you can testify that. Then also together with these students, there's family reunion migration into developed countries. And with this family reunion migration came many unskilled migrants. Then third, since 1990s, the migration pattern has become increasingly diverse. Many business people, vendors, and hawkers have migrated to Southeast Asian countries. Also, there's a large number of organized migrants, mostly export laborers and contract laborers for foreign projects. So I want to be very quick. Migration from China to Japan, which was my research area for the recent decade. You can see actually the pink line that indicates the steady increase of Chinese population in Japan. Right now, it's #1 foreign population in Japan. You can, I'll show you the economic recession in 2008 actually led to the decline of the population, especially among the Brazilians, who are mostly manufacturing laborers. But China is the only country that had a steady increase of population in 2009. So major channels of Chinese population movements into Japan, the most prominent is student migration. Since 1984, 400,000 Chinese entered Japan with a student visa. Then trainees, then engineers or IT workers, then a variety of other migrants. I want to introduce you the trainees. Trainees is a kind of, it's a system starting from 1960s for training foreign employees in Japan's offshore branches. The industrial training program for non-Japanese was legally established as a legal status category in 1981. In 1990, when the Immigration Control Act was revised in Japan, the number of trainees increased dramatically. Because of the labor abuse, they were called trainees, but in fact, they were a side door for non-skilled labor import. Because of this labor abuse, starting from 2010, Japanese government officially recognized trainees as laborers and granted them labor status and qualify for minimum wage law. Now they are called technical intern trainees. The Chinese trainees have been mostly recruited by state-owned enterprises and the labor brokers. Depending on the skill levels required, they ranged from surplus labor from state-owned enterprises to rural migrants and workers in town and village industries. The most demand are for textile workers, agricultural labor, and labor in food processing industries, mostly for employers that are small manufacturers in Japan where offshore production is not an option. So you can see after 2008, actually there is significant decline of importing of trainees into Japan. However, starting from this year, the number has increased again. This is a picture of women who are potential trainees, and in Dalian, Liaoning province, is a training center. This is in Shandong province, is a rural family. The man on the left-hand side is a broker, and their daughter was going to Japan to be a textile worker. So the regional trend, you can see there's several provinces from China all of a sudden kind of hiked up their population in Japan. One is Shandong province, the other Jiangsu province, the other is Liaoning. All three are major exporters of trainees. New student. We have seen a significant number of students. The blue bars or the purple bars are language students. They are potential college students, and then the maroon bars are university degree students. The interesting thing is after 2008, the entry cohorts of all categories of immigrants have reduced other than Chinese students. They set a historical record as 35,000 that year to come into Japan to study. And there's a reason for that, I'll explain later. Because Chinese students are very important labor resources for Japanese small and medium firms. 75% of students who obtained work visas in Japan were Chinese. Where are they employed? First of all, they're mostly employed in small and medium-sized firms. Secondly, they are situated in the transnational and global economy. This big chunk of purple area, this big purple area, is a visa category called Specialist in Humanity and International Business. What's in that category is mostly people who are dealing with Chinese business. So, while manufacturing labor had the slack demand, Chinese students were on high demand because after the Lehman shock, what Japanese economy decided to do is to go out, to globalize its economy. So they increased the recruitment of international students. So Chinese students served as the bridges between the Chinese and Japanese economies. They're mostly employed in categories such as translation, interpretation, sales, and overseas operations. And also, one characteristic of Chinese student migrants is that 20% of them end up being entrepreneurs, according to one estimate. The gentleman on the right-hand side was a CEO of Chinese News Weekly, who also brought Chinese capital into Japan. The Suning Dianqi, the largest retailer, electronic appliance retailer in China, now has a prominent spot in Akihabara Electronic Street in Japan. It bought out Lao's Japanese electronic appliance chain. The other characteristic of this group of Chinese migrants is their transnationality. You can see the line, the green line on the top, shows the population who were naturalized, permanent residents, and the blue line is the newly naturalized. The one background knowledge is that it's very easy to be naturalized in Japan. It takes 5 years to be naturalized in Japan. It takes 10 years to be a permanent resident in Japan, but Chinese want to be permanent resident. Why? Because they want to go back to China eventually. So now it's time to introduce briefly a very fascinating migration trend to Vietnam that provided by my co-author. First of all, patterns and trends. After normalization of diplomatic relationship between China and Vietnam, the migration to Vietnam has been on increase in quantity but also in complexity. The trend could be categorized into 4 major sub-patterns. Contract labor, volunteer, free migrants. By volunteers, not volunteer, they're just free agents. Third is professional business people, investors, students. And the fourth is cross-border migration and circulation. The first and the fourth are by far the largest. You can see, this is according to Ministry of Labor and Invalids and Social Affairs in Vietnam, the number of people, legal Chinese workers in Vietnam by 2010 is 75,000. But these figures provided by the government was based on the reports of local authority. They do not reflect the real numbers, as most of Chinese manual workers are not registered to avoid from being fined. They are mostly undocumented. In fact, they oftentimes work on tourist visas. They're brought in by the state companies who work on tourist visa. Most of the contract workers are recruited by their mother companies in China and sent to work in Vietnam. A majority of them come from Guangxi and Shandong. Shandong province I mentioned before also was a big exporter of trainees to Japan. And 80% of them are manual laborers working in construction, thermal power plant, mining, and the cement factories. They actually make 3 times as much as Vietnamese laborers, but they're preferred by Chinese companies because they were docile laborers and easy to control. Vietnam's one thing I want to mention here is that China is the major bidder of Vietnamese projects. They won up to 90% of Vietnamese EPC engineering, procurement, and construction contracts. It's oftentimes related to the infrastructure and the national energy security, etc. But they all recruit manual laborers from China. And this is it's a kind of a set of companies that that have contracts in Vietnam. It's amazing, 90% of the Vietnamese national projects are contracted by Chinese national companies. Chinese companies are playing a dominant role in the Vietnamese EPC market, but to reduce costs, Chinese EPC contractors prefer using everything they bring from China, from labor force, equipment, tools, and subcontractors. Most of the Vietnamese import from China actually goes to Chinese companies. This is a kind of a statistic that shows what the percentage of the workforce was Chinese in those work sites. This is a picture that shows Haiphong thermal power plant under construction by Chinese contractor, and Chinese workers in the Tan Rai bauxite mining. The interesting thing is Chinese contract workers are mostly male, and they are actually marrying Japanese women, setting up families around the plants. So a lot of those rural villages around those plants see Chinese husbands. And many children were born without any nationality because Chinese government could not recognize them. And also, there are Chinese villages that sprouted out around those work sites that catering to the needs of Chinese workers. The other pattern that also I wanted to mention to you is the very vast cross-border trade and a vast cross-border migration. Chinese cross-border traders are flooding Vietnam today and also other borders. A lot of them are cash trades in agro products. For example, cassava and a sweet potato. It's petty traders. Petty trade is not a small volume. They are big exporters and importers, in fact. And they also bring a huge population flow. You can see the annual growth rate on every 2 years. The growth rate is 20% of these people crossing the borders. From China to Vietnam is 32%. So more and more Chinese people are crossing borders to Vietnam. I need to mention that people do not need visas to cross borders. But if you are border dwellers, you are free to cross border within the week. So. The border region has become a huge Chinese migration territory in a sense. There are a lot of mixed marriages between Chinese and Vietnamese and Chinese and Burmese and Chinese Laotians. And also, it's a very elaborated business network. At the border, people were also the labor force by Chinese enterprises to work in Vietnam. I'll mention in Myanmar, and a lot of those settlers in Myanmar were rural migrants living on the Chinese border. This is for all those smart city architects. This is probably a nightmare. This is a casino that's going to be a $2 billion casino that's going to be built on the Vietnamese border, invested by Chinese and ethnic Chinese. So you see those kind of Las Vegas sprouting out on Chinese borders, mostly catering to Chinese customers. And this is the bridge that leads to China, between China and Vietnam. The population movement is very frequent through this bridge. So I talked about all these situations and I give out all the statistics. What I want to discuss with you, first of all, is the relations between labor and capital mobility. Saskia's seminal book in 1988 on the mobility of capital and the labor pointed out that FDR was a very important channel that lead labor out of developing countries. So labor migration, I argue, also provides channels for capital flow. Chinese student and skilled migrants in Japan are helping bridge the two economies, channeling Japanese capital into China, and recently also helping bring Chinese capital into Japan. And the capital also brings with them labor, as in the case of Vietnam. What distinguishes Chinese investment or contract projects from those of South Korea, Japan, and Thailand is that Chinese projects bring in Chinese labor. So China's population also gives its a distinct characteristic for this kind of foreign direct investment. In 2005, Chinese contractors have obtained a total value of more than US $17 billion for the project constructions in Myanmar. The estimated new Chinese migrants in Myanmar exceeded 1 million. And I want to briefly just mention the merging pools of internal migrants and our labor migrants. Most of the migrants working in Japan as trainees, in Singapore as export labor, and in Vietnam as skilled workers are rural migrants and contract laborers. The trainees that go to Japan tend to be better educated and whose families can afford the initial costs incurred in the brokerage. The labor in Japan, Vietnamese project on contract laborers, often hired by SOE contractors. They are recruited and assembled for export, and there isn't a continued career track beyond the contract. There is a little evidence that there is a stepwise process from internal to out migration. the vast rural labor surplus services both economic development in China and outside of China. And I think this is more serious, the soft borders and the transnational migration between China and the surrounding countries. First of all, the cross-border migration and transnational movement, undocumented international marriages, Chinese villages, and education with no nationalities in Vietnam. These are the potential floating population across borders. And the permanent residents in Japan who also try to enjoy the benefits of both societies. And on the border area, there is active border trades and a vast population engaged in that sort of trades. I remember one gentleman this morning asked about a garbage disposal. China produces very little garbage. Urban China produces very little garbage because there's a garbage chain. The migrant workers will recycle your garbage, and then there are a lot of border traders. They recycle garbage and export to Vietnam. So it's a very, very little that's wasted. And also we can see China now has become a regional power. The mega migration is not only within countries, it's spilling out of the borders and is going into the region. The capital flow and the land concession, this is alarming. I was alarmed when I heard the statistics. The Laotian government is leasing out 13% of its land to foreign investors. And China is the largest investor, occupies around 10% of Laotian land. The lease is ranging between 40 to 90 years. So you really don't know. And they also recently discovered the border stones that marking Vietnamese and Chinese border in Chinese borders. So you really see the Chinese border is also expanding. So China has become the largest aid source in this region as well. And most of the aid goes to construction, and accompanying those construction are Chinese labor. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. You were really rushing through a lot of material.
I have 45
extraordinarily interesting. Yeah, it's fantastic. I have a lot of comments. We have questions in the back there. And anybody else already, so that we can get them? And there another one.
Hi.
So first, yeah.
My name's Alice Labrie, and I was born in Louisiana of mixed ancestry, as we are all in Louisiana. So forgive me if this is off target, but can you comment on the intermarriage between the Chinese and the Japanese? What are the social implications? Are they ostracized? How does that impact?
Interesting question. It's not something I covered, but in Japan, the international marriage between Chinese and Japanese nationals are quite diverse. The patterns are really diverse. There are a lot of urban dwellers and a lot of rural migrants who came from China who went to and married into Japanese families in rural regions. But most of them actually are in urban regions, and mostly between Chinese females and the Japanese males. And the number is 10 to 1. Every 10 Chinese women who marry a Japanese guy, there's the one Chinese guy who married a Japanese woman. There are a lot of issues. Oftentimes, this instrumentality of a marriage is pretty prominent in this sort of marriage. Of course, because it's diverse, I can really not make a conclusive comment. But there are a lot of happy marriages, but I think there are more unhappy marriages.
That could only happen there.
I think it's more or less true in a lot of contexts. Yeah.
Other question?
So I suspect there's some sort of xenophobia and ethnic tension between Chinese migrants in Japan. Do you think some of those attitudes, especially on the behalf of the Japanese government, will be changing as the Japanese population gets older and they demand more labor?
This is something actually I'm currently researching on, the sense of citizenship and belonging. And I think it goes both ways. And for Japan, it's really hard for them to all of a sudden realizing themselves as an immigrant country. The stereotype is still a single race nation and homogeneous, etc., although it's not true. However, as a sociologist, I will tell you, it's real when it's real in consequence. So a lot of the Japanese public embraces that sort of nationalistic discourse. And as a consequence, Chinese migrants also embrace that sort of national narratives about Japan. So there is this kind of tension. However, with these economic exchanges, I do see a more kind of tolerant attitude on both sides. So it's like a don't ask, don't tell kind of situation. People don't want to be too political in this issue. However, it is a problem that among Chinese migrants in Japan, there's a lack of sense of citizenship and belonging to the society.
This will be the last question.
Actually, one comment and one question. Actually, my cousin, she's Chinese and she marries a Japanese guy, and they're living in Shanghai. And adding to your previous comments, actually they're facing a lot of pressure from the society as well, especially from those people in the older generation because of the complications of the histories between the two countries, the war. So I guess they're like falling into your category of unhappy marriage. That's what she told me, but it's definitely something that you need to consider, like the distinctive history between the two countries. The question is actually about the Chinese presence in other countries regarding to the contribution to the local economies in those countries. Like what you can see from the sentiment, there has been a lot of sentiments against the Chinese presence in African countries because a lot of people, local people, realize the Chinese are kind of exploiting their local resources and a lot like contributing to the local economic developments. What's your comment on that? And based on the fact that most of the Chinese projects are actually under contract with the governments who are not necessarily democratic, and there has been a lot of concerns whether those governments are responsible or responsive to distribute the wealth to its people. So what's your comment on the Chinese presence in other countries in terms of the contribution to the local economy development?
Okay, very short comment answer. Yes, there's a lot of resentment on the Southeast Asian people toward the Chinese government and Chinese enterprises encroaching upon their property, partly because they brought in their own labor. They're not benefiting the local workers. And also, as I showed, the Vietnamese trade deficit every year with China, the majority of that went to Chinese companies that working in their land. There's a lot of vast amount of corruption actually in the government. It's a pretty shocking situation over there. But there is this resentment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the next are two speakers, Xiangming Chen again, and, oh, there you are, good, and Chang Liu. I introduced Xiangming Chen this morning, so let me just move straight to Chang Liu, hello, who is a researcher at the Center for Urban and Global Studies at Trinity College. He studied at the University of Oxford, and you are an undergraduate.
Yes, I am.
Oh my God, I like that. I'm so impressed. But it goes on, the bio, actually. For an undergraduate, you're doing all right, I must say. So you're going to present about your research, right? I'll leave you to it.
Good afternoon again. What we're going to do is to do a sort of 1-2 punch, if you will. When I presented a broader picture in the morning, I really see that sort of the appetizer, you know, providing a broad context, and I think I'm going to provide maybe the salad. The main entree is going to be, you know, given by undergraduate students. It's only fitting that I, you know, let the undergraduate student do the main entree. And I'm also going to do a little advertising for Professor Huang from Chongqing, which is the case that we'll be talking about in the next session, and she will provide the dessert. So, you know, Chongqing is going to be prominently featured here. I think when I talked about migration and what ways is distinctively Chinese or exceptionally Chinese, in what ways is more conventional as everywhere else, and this notion of shallow urbanization, I deliberately reserved to bring it up here. So think about the image of layers with regard to migrants in Chinese cities. You know, we obviously have hit the 50% of Chinese now living in cities, but if you take into account the short-term floating population who are in cities for 6 months and a half is probably already 60%. But more importantly, for those 50, 60% of the urban population, the large chunk of the migrants are really not completely urbanized. And so in that sense that they are sort of at the shallow, the superficial level of being city dwellers because they don't have education. We heard that in the morning. They don't have social security. We heard that in the morning. And they don't have lots of other things, or they don't have as much of them, or they don't have it exactly the same way as the registered urban residents. So again, shallow urbanization, really in a sense, we define it as migrant workers who build up Chinese cities, make tremendous contributions, the factories, the skyscrapers, but really they're not given the rewards. They're not fully settled down. And also, in the labor markets, they're marginalized. They're sort of specialized into certain kinds of hard labor, low-paying hard labor, right? The 3D kinds of jobs, dirty, demanding, and what's the third D? Anyway, those three. But trust me, there's another negative term. And factors that we think in the end I want to show a little bit about our statistical analysis on trying to identify the factors that potentially are facilitating the migrants becoming fully settled down. In other words, that they are becoming from shallow migrants to really deeper migrants. The Chinese scholar used this image of migrants fully settling down, sedimented into the DNA or the urban fabric of the cities. So I'm going to introduce a few of these factors. There's obviously a reason why the migrants keep coming, because the urban income is 3 times as high as the rural income, and that's been going up for quite a while. So now it's about 3.3 to 1 ratio. And here is a Gallup survey. Again, you look at level of satisfaction. The urbanites are a lot happier than the rural migrants. So the very consistent trends there as well. And here's again, it's revealing set of photos and the survey that came out of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in the earlier 2000s. I used this sort of the image of the migrant workers building up the city, but they themselves lying down on the streets. And then you look at the proportion of their activities. Sleeping is the largest, followed by watching TV. More recent survey data showed, in fact, the percentage of them watching TV to kill away time, to while away the time, is about 70%. So some ways you're seeing they're probably moving up a little bit socio-economically because they're able to maybe pool the money together, buy more television, and watching them together in their dorms. Okay? And here is what I mean by the marginalization of the migrant workers. You look at manufacturing and construction, which really are disproportionately concentrated in terms of migrant workers. And then you can look at them by age groups, skilled labor, again, heavily hard work, manufacturing, long hours, low pay, which I will show next. Okay? And here is actually a survey that, very recent national survey, so in a sense it's more representative. I think I mentioned earlier in the morning that if the migrants are allowed to get household registration, or if they cannot get it, what would they do? And here you have the age groups on the left, stay in the cities no matter whether they have the registration or not, whether they will go back to the countryside. I talked about land being that connecting tissue, if you will. So it allows them to go back and forth, or those who will go between. You can see again, for the youngest age group, most of them between the 16 and 25-year-olds are really distributed between, the 2 youngest age groups are those who will be willing to go back and forth. And also the young people are hoping, they have higher hopes, hoping things will get better. Maybe they will be allowed to register in the cities and other welfare benefits will come along, provided by the government, which we'll talk about in the context of Chongqing. And again, you look on the right side of the table, for same levels of education, between 2001 2005, the urban residents consistently getting higher salaries and wages than their migrant counterparts. And here, just a couple of charts on the probability of migrants staying in the city for long. Again, you can see those who have stayed 10 years on the left side of bars, the percentage of probably more likely to stay. Again, you see the importance of education, high school and above, college education and above. But once they stay for 15 years in the cities, by far, those with college education are most likely to stay forever. Again, the idea of being sedimented into the city, the longer they are in the city, the more likely they're going to stay and not going back. Again, you look at the number of the years on the horizontal axis. Again, the longer you are staying, the more likely you're going to stay. But once you're hitting that 8 or 10-year mark, the differences are start to really disappear. And this is a regression table that I will not show, but I will summarize the results and then turn to Liu Chang. Okay, what makes migrants stay in cities? You know, our analysis through our collaboration with scholars in Shanghai and other cities in the coastal region, again, we are seeing a shift from a short-term to a long-term migration. More migration involving families as opposed to individuals. You know, it used to be a trailing spouse, but now trailing spouse follows, and then the children follows along as well. More problem for the schools in the cities. Those who are 35, higher educated, white-collar migrants are more likely to stay. Human capital is working here. Family-based, longer-staying migrants are more likely to stay. Again, the family relationships being very important. And also those who marry in the cities and own properties, some of them who can afford to buy apartments, are more likely to stay. The last chart, again, just to reinforce the set of factors that matter most to migrants fully settling down. Human capital is important. The regression analysis also shows when they are in difficulties, who do they turn for help? Do they turn to their own fellow migrants, or do they turn to locals? Those who are turning to locals for help have more social connections locally, are more likely to stay in the cities. Finally, again, back to the most important factor, institutional constraints. Those who are with temporary resident permit, labor contracts are less socially integrated, less socially incorporated, but those who are getting social pensions are more likely to stay in the cities. And now I'll turn it to Liu Chang. Can you turn his PowerPoint out? We're doing it.
Okay, so I'll pick up where Professor Chen left. As Professor Chen has introduced, there is this phenomenon of shallow urbanization that the migrant workers in Chinese cities are not rewarded as they should be, and they are not becoming an integrated part of the cities. And actually, the Chinese governments have been recognizing this phenomenon, and they are making efforts to rectify this situation. And the most comprehensive plan, I think, comes from the city of Chongqing, and that's why we are going to talk about it today. Chongqing, as you know, is a city in the west of China. It has a population of nearly 30 million. It has an area of 82,000 square kilometer. It's perhaps the largest city in the world, maybe less population than Tokyo, but I guess one of the largest. And it's right next to the Three Gorges Dam. It's most important industrial town in the upper Yangtze River. So it has become a municipality directly under the central government in 1997. And since then, it was proposed to become the growth engine of Western China. And as you see, it's really experienced exponential growth since then. The latest growth rate in 2010 was about 17%. That's quite exciting. And also you can see the growth from the graphs below, the pictures below. In 1980s was a kind of rough industrial town. And by now, it looks actually like Manhattan. Yeah, Manhattan, China, you can call it. And in 2007, Chongqing became a national experimental zone for urban and rural integration. And it has since then envisioned a very ambitious plan. According to local government, it was trying to urbanize 21.6 million people by 2020, which will reach 70% urbanization rate. For the record, the Chongqing has 30 million population, so now the urbanization rate is basically 50%. So at that time, it was saying that we'll urbanize 10 million people in 10 years, which was a very hard task. And it was trying to allocate those newly urbanized population in, across this urban hierarchy. There was supposed to be 10 million people in the central city, the Chongqing city, and 1 million people in those regional cities, the bigger red dots, and about 200 to 300,000 people each in those blue dots on the graph. If you can see that, so that the population is not overwhelmingly concentrated in one city, but distributed kind of fairly. And so Chongqing, to meet its proposal, has implemented and a few experimental policies. One most significant one is his household registration reform. As you know, that the household registration is associated with many social benefits, the health care, the education, the social securities. And the reason why that many migrant workers are not granted the urban status in the household registration is that it's very costly to provide them the social service. As one calculation shows, that it will cost the local government 80,000 yuan per person to grant them urban status so that they can get those, have access to those social services. And Chongqing, there were many cities in China trying to do some reform on this, but their policy is basically saying that if you want to get the social benefits, as a migrant worker, as a rural migrant, you have to give up your land. You have to exchange your land for the social benefits. What's interesting in Chongqing is that it has it's a big step forward. It says that as long as you qualify, you don't have to give up your land. As long as you want to become urban, you can become urban, keeping your land. And in September 2010, it announced its plan, and in 3 months, 1 million migrant workers became urbanized. They got this urban status. And as you can see, that's shown on the graph from 2009 to 2010. The registered urban population grew by about 2 million people. That's a big part of was the newly converted rural migrants. And also part of the policy is the public housing provision. As you know, that in Chinese cities, especially major cities, the housing price is nearly always prohibitively expensive. And it's especially more so for the urban migrants, rural migrants. They really cannot afford those urban housings. And that's one of the major economic obstacles against their staying in cities in the long run. So one solution to this is providing public housing, low-rent housing. And Chongqing has provided the most extraordinary plan in terms of scale and in terms of terms. It's planning to provide 40 million square meter by 2015 for 2 million people. And there is already 8 million constructed or in construction. And just in the past past year actually, more than 100,000 people were granted houses. And the rent was apparently very cheap. It's 10 yuan per square meter per month. And for that price, you get a decent house on the right. You can see the pictures. And by the way, the furniture is not included in the rent though. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah. And also there is the ownership prospect. The migrants can buy their rented house after 5 years at a very discounted price. And their rent already paid can be counted as the price they paid, the down payment. So many migrants are very willing to opt in for this plan. And another of Chongqing's major policy experiments is the land coupon policy. This is very complicated, and I don't think I will get into much detail of it. As you know, the Chinese central government has imposed farmland redlining to protect food security. And it has kind of restricted urban expansion in many cities. And Chongqing has, designed this, this policy to circumvent those restrictions. Basically, the rural migrants, the rural villagers are allowed to convert their housing plot into farmland. And the same amount of farmland can be converted into construction land near the city boundary. Basically, we keep the farmland constant, the total acreage of farmland constant, but convert some rural construction land into urban construction land. And the rural villagers will get compensation for this. The latest data shows that they usually get about 100,000 per household. And this amount is kind of good enough for them to start a business in cities, or if they want to stay in the rural area, they can buy more land and expand their farm to pursue more efficiency. And the government can get some revenue from this as well, as they have more land to be converted for urban expansion, and that's very lucrative for Chinese government to do. And that can help finance some of the other policy experiments they do. So some quick evaluation of these experiments. For the household registration reform, it seems really amazing that it helps to helps the migrants to get those social benefits, social education, health care. It solves all the problems we raised earlier this morning. And it's useful to build the urban identity. They become urban now. They are recognized as urban. So they will treat themselves as urban. And in the long run, it's good. But isn't that too good to be true? I mean, we no longer need their land for their benefits. And how do we finance them? The Chongqing government says that the burden will be shouldered by both the enterprises who hire those migrant workers and the government. And that's, quite hard. I mean, it will increase labor costs. Maybe it's not that good for the economy. And is it, enterprises really willing to do that? And what about the migrant workers who work in the informal sector who don't have a, employer? And second, for the public housing, it helps to remove one of the most major economic obstacles for the migrants to stay in cities, rectify the credit and housing market failures, and provide them with decent housing. But there is quality issues. Most of the public housing are located in those not too convenient areas, as you can imagine, and transportation is not necessarily good. Most people are opting in because they have the chance to buy it after 5 years. Chinese people really value house ownership, so they want it. But it may not necessarily be a good deal if it's just for the house. And third, for the land coupon. It's a land reform to cut off the ties between the migrants and their land. It helps to liquidate land assets for the peasants, especially for those far from the cities. The urban expansion may not reach them in short time, and now they can liquidate their land. But there are controversies on the distribution compensation. Many migrant workers, many peasants say that they are not getting the compensation promised by the local government. Local governments say that 85% of the compensation will be returned. And usually they don't get so much, maybe 40%, 30%, some reports. And some final remarks. Some economists may argue that all these Chongqing's experiment policies are at most second best. They are not aiming to rectify the most fundamental problem of Chinese market imperfections, namely the land restrictions. Chinese land are not allowed to be freely sold, not freely transferred, and they're not aiming at the most fundamental household registration. They are not eliminating it. They're saying that those qualified migrant workers can get the household registration. They're now saying that we don't need it anymore. Everyone can get the same right. So maybe these are not the best solutions, but is that a more radical reform be better? That we grant the free land transfer rights to everyone? Then probably there will really be a slum. Do they have a right to a slum? Perhaps yes. But is that good for them to live in slums? I don't know. So the bottom line, I think Chongqing's reform represents the latest effort of the Chinese government to deepen this shallow urbanization. they recognize this problem and they're trying to fix it. And those some of the components may be improved. It's in the right direction and should be promoted in bigger scales in other areas. And after all, it's only 1 year, 2 years since it's implemented. And we still have to wait to see how it's really going to take effect. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Instead of the computer. So we'll have some questions. All right, question here. And question there. You start?
Just a quick question in the context of Chongqing. How much does the reforms in Chongqing have to do or intersect with Bo Xilai and his sort of campaign of sort of Maoist renewal? I mean, there's a lot of press reports now about the Guangdong model and the Chongqing model in terms of politics. I'm sort of curious where the land reform meets Bo Xilai, if at all, or are they unrelated? But how is this sort of rise to power and increasing Maoification affecting that?
I would say that
yeah.
I would say that actually most of the Chongqing's reform has a kind of socialist kind of taste in it. So perhaps it's very related to Bo Xilai's kind of agenda, but also have, you know, de facto kind of promotion of free market in terms of liquidating land asset. So it's a combination of the two. That's really the Chinese characteristic of you know, development, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
If the movement to take back the land keeps going, what will happen to agriculture and food production? Who's going to take that over?
I would say that agriculture is not that a big a problem, I think, in China. The central government compulated a certain number of acres that should be kept in agricultural farmland, but well, it's just not necessary. I mean, in worst case, China can import those grain from outside world. And anyway, if we can improve the efficiency of agricultural sector, it will be much better than just keeping the same kind of acreage of farmland. And if you can, you know, promote urbanization, we can keep a smaller kind of farmland, perhaps the efficiency will increase as the machineries can be used if the agricultural land are concentrated. I think that might be another alternative action that's other than the central government's agenda that might help the situation, at least not worsen it.
I have to add here, you said, I'm quoting you, that agriculture is not really a problem in China. Yeah. Well, partly since they have bought 30 million hectares in Africa, South America, and what already Gracia was alluding to also in, you know, in the immediate, maybe that diminishes it. At the same time, they also have passed a draconian law, like especially in Shanghai, right, limiting the urbanizing of what is agricultural land. So I think it's an unsettled situation.
Yeah, but I feel that the Chinese government concern is not as much economics as politically motivated. They are mostly fair that maybe there will be a war, that other countries will put sanctions on China. In those cases, may be a problem. But I think if that is not going to happen in short run, the agricultural sector can still provide sufficient food for a Chinese population. Anyway, the Chinese food price is quite low now. I mean, I hear that?
What did you say? Wait, Mike, where is the mic? And you have two questions here.
I'm just saying that the food price in China is not low nowadays, so, and agriculture is a problem, pretty big problem there.
Well, I think comparatively, Chinese agricultural product price is rising. But we're still in the dual sector economy. We still have surplus labor in the agricultural sector. We have to move them to the urban sector. I mean, if one day we find that the agricultural, one day we find that the farmers are paid fairly, if one day we find them they are wealthy enough, then we can say that agricultural products are priced fairly. I think unless that can happen.
That is what Japan has done, actually. Yeah. By keeping imports of cheap rice out, it has protected an incredibly productive small-scale rice farming. All right, Jiang wants
if
to
you could
say
just
something.
add very quickly, China has already become a net food importer.
Yeah.
But if you look at the Ingalls Index, percentage of food as a percentage or share of household income, China's is about 30-some% compared to a much higher percentage in many other countries. But there are certain kinds of food items, obviously it's been going up. Pork, for example, right, went up to quite about maybe 50%. The government immediately cracking down, so it bring the prices down. But I think the land experiment policy is really intended to achieve two desirable outcomes. One, in some ways, is actually to preserve agricultural land, prevent the expansion of the city from encroaching further into the rural hinterland, at the same time, cutting off the tie of the rural land, holding the migrant workers from fully settling into the cities. So whether it is achieving both purposes, achieving one or the other, and partially remains to be seen. This is a very, very new experiment.
That's the last question.
Yeah, actually, Professor Chen just made the comments about the agricultural land in China. Indeed, there's a problem for the central government about maintaining certain amount of agricultural land in China. So the policy that prevents some rural area become urban, that's very important. But my question is that during the presentation, you mentioned about the identity become urban, as well as similar question someone else raised about how they become other kinds of labor force from farmer to become worker or whatever after they become urbanized. And also it is tricky about the identity of city residents because, for example, in New York, if you live in Long Island or Flushing, for example, it's hard to say that I am a New Yorker, or it's quite different from that I live in Manhattan. So how can you differentiate that kind of identity? Thanks.
Well, you've just reminded us very appropriately of, again, the cultural lag, if you will, of people making drastic changes, both through work, living, and also the social psychological aspects of belonging to the city. That really is probably the deepest layer of full urbanization. It's going to take much longer, even though the government can help take care of all the other problems that help the migrants to settle into the city.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
That was great. It's my pleasure now to introduce Shohei Shigematsu, who is a partner and director of OMA New York. He has done several projects in the New York area, including New York State. He was project leader for the China Central Television headquarters in Beijing through design, development, and directed also OMA's winning entry for the Shenzhen Stock Exchange headquarters. He is visiting faculty here at Columbia, but also at several other places: Harvard University, Graduate School of Design, Cornell University, Architecture, and Kyoto University. Nice. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. I have less text and pie charts, so it goes probably faster, and I'm the last one, and I'm sure you're tired. I chose this title because we do a lot of urban planning also in China, but I thought it would be interesting to show a scale that didn't exist before in terms of something that is in between architecture and urbanism. It's typical architectural phenomena that some kind of hot term like megacity. We didn't really know the definition, so we started to look for a definition, which is kind of vague, as you can imagine, but consistently it's over 10 million. That's a kind of current definition of megacity. But as you can imagine, the form of the city is very different, like Mumbai to LA to New York to Sao Paulo. Although it's all over 10 million, the physical manifestation of the city is very different. What's also changing is that, the mega cities are now 29 of them in 15 years, as opposed to 50 years ago, it was only 2 of them. Chongqing's population was like 30 million. I got data from here, so it's not my manipulated number. But as you know, that cities, mega cities are actually moving and emerging mainly in new countries and especially in Asia, and not to mention China. Right now, it's actually only 3 mega cities in China, but in 15 years, it will be almost, it covers the entire coast side. It's up to the level that there's a rumor in Telegraph that says China is planning to make a mega city, which is about 42 million. But the definition of this mega city is that one can travel one side to the other in 1 hour. It's easy to point out let's say, cons of megacities, such as slum or traffic jam or urban sprawl, etc. But there's, of course, the cons, which is a kind of economic efficiency and shared government services. But I didn't want to go into this kind of urban issues because it's a little bit relentless issue. So one thing which is emerging consistently as opposed to the very diverse cultural background in megacities is that skyscrapers started to become a symbol of its economic success. And as you know, it started from North America. It's landing intensely in Asia now. China is constructing every 5 days a new skyscraper right now. And it's said to be that if Chinese economic development continues, it creates Chicago every year. The Chicago definition of Chicago means 1,500 new buildings, over 30 stories high. As you can imagine, the Chinese space race participation is maybe a kind of looking for new place to inhabit. So the current trend of the building is that the building is becoming almost like a scale of the city. This is the currently biggest building planned in the world in Mecca. You can see they have like 7 buildings. It already simulates as if it's 7 buildings, but it's actually 1 building, and in the scale of the city itself. As I said, we are actually doing a lot of urban planning in China, but I wanted to focus and address this issue of buildings that are responding to the complexity of the city in general. First project I want to show is CCTV. It's almost done. It's located in a new CBD district, Central Business District. This was when it was 2001, nothing. But it's said to be, it's almost happening, half of it, but more than 100 skyscrapers will be built here. This project, whenever we show this project, people tend to focus on its iconic design, but I want to focus a little bit on urban issues. Where's the... Oh yeah, sorry. This is the site, 18 hectares. We deliberately left these parcels because it was in the axis of the Central Business District master plan that Beijing had. So the client was expecting in multiple departments of television making headquarters to have different buildings for different departments, but we wanted to combine into one single loop, mainly because to show its kind of unity as a whole, but also to provide one public space within the 18-hectare site, which is here. It's behind. It's called Media Park here. That is connected to the larger master plan in the entire CBD district. We imagined as a kind of event space for public to have many events that are related to media. So this is the kind of current status. So you can see here that the site that we deliberately left. The building scale is also one of the largest. It's the second largest building after Pentagon, the CCTV. And it's very complex, as you can see. It's so many elements put together, studio to office to canteen to you name. But one thing we are happy about is that there is a public loop that goes through the building so that visitors can actually visit the headquarters of the Chinese National Television, which was proposed by us, and they accepted it. So we are actually quite happy that the people can experience what the Chinese television making. It's the amount of workers that will work in this building is 10,000 every day. And the client asked us to make the biggest lobby in the world. So this is the lobby that is connected to like a 4-story down. There's a subway entrance connection. And then this is a ground entrance. So there's a kind of 2 datums. And we basically bridged all those straight into a kind of elevator banks. And this width is based on the amount of people that are going to each bank. So we statistically analyzed how many people are going to X bank, Y bank, and Z bank. So this is current situation, looking from the subway entrance. It's hard to see the scale, but you can see it's pretty big. The other building which got burned, now it's under recladding, so it survived. It's called TVCC, which is a shortened version of Television Cultural Center. So in the ground level, there's a public program of CCTV. Here in Oranges, there are kind of many programs like theater, recording studio, exhibition hall, etc. And on top of that, there's a hotel. So we thought that the ground level can also present some kind of city-like situation. So we studied kind of many programmatic kind of mixtures that almost looks like an organic city. These. And then in the end, it looks so messy, but it actually quite works when you go through the building. Unfortunately, the building burned. This was right before the fire happened. Building burned 2 weeks before the opening. There's a theater. So this is a ground level condition. It's hard to see the kind of density of it unless you're inside. Another project I did is the China National Museum in Tiananmen Square. This is a People's Congress, and this is a museum. Not so many people know, but as you can see, the fullness, they conceived these 2 buildings together. You can see they aligned and they flank the Tiananmen Square. But you can see the Congress is quite full as a building. But because the Chinese National Museum didn't have any content to exhibit at that time, they just aligned the building and conceived a huge courtyard. So almost the building itself is a kind of big screen, we thought, although we wanted to double or triple the amount of the gallery spaces. But where they specify the site was the back of the building, which we thought it was really strange, because actually from this street, the main avenue, the building is carefully designed to be a symmetrical building, and adding this obviously will break that symmetry like this. And also we were, of course, aware of the emptiness of the courtyard. So rather than adding, we thought that we can actually infill the building like a mini city. So this is what they wanted, keep the 2 big courtyard and add a new building in the back represented in red. But instead we basically killed the courtyard and made a new city inside and then liberated the back as a park. So it's 2 levels. One is a permanent gallery at the top, a temporary gallery at the bottom, and then the screen of the existing building. Temporary gallery, and this is the kind of gallery spaces that are filling as a roof, as an infill into the building. This you might know if you're Chinese. This is a kind of entire Chinese history. They are very efficient. They kind of spiral it so that it doesn't take entire length. We thought that this Chinese history can actually wrap this existing building part so that the existing wing becomes a kind of a guideline of the history itself. And then through that, you go into each permanent exhibition room. So this is the existing corridor that becomes a kind of signage to go into the gallery spaces. So in a way, like this kind of huge scale, we wanted to bring in a kind of scale of a slightly more human into the Tiananmen Square. That was China National Museum. There was another competition recently, National Art Museum of China. This is more geared to contemporary art, which was planned, as you know, in the Olympic site. This is a bird's nest. This is a water cube, and this is a site. As you know, post-Olympic sites are always a problem, maybe except Barcelona, which is very successful. Even the bird's nest, such a kind of glorious structure, isn't, often used as a kind of event spaces now. This is a kind of ski within the... and the water cube, of course, very serious competition after it became a kind of frivolous water park. I'm not saying something that's wrong, but anyway, the transformation of the post-Olympic site is always an issue. This was a site, 3 sites, and they asked us to make not just a museum, but a kind of part of the development, which is represented in orange, that's not a museum, but somehow art-related, such as auction houses and artists' residence and so on. In short, we conceived a kind of big city, like a flat museum of a size of an entire block that consists of amphilade, many rooms that are interconnected, and also connected to the underground passageways that already exist in this area. So it's almost like a kind of flat fortress, and I explain you this later. So this was a plan, so it's kind of complicated. These axes are connected to the existing underground connections. So this becomes a kind of experience you get while you're going through the museum. And as you know, museums in general is becoming bigger and bigger in the world. The other building was temporary exhibition building. We conceived a very generic flat stack of exhibition centers like Pompidou, Centre de Pompidou. But in this case, we rotated every other floor 90 degrees so that it has a kind of section that alternates almost like a mezzanine and floor mezzanine. And then we wrapped with a kind of membrane. So it looked like almost like a lantern on top of a city. As I said, it's connected to the underground. We lost this competition, but just wanted to show how we are always conscious of the kind of issues that are left in the city. Shenzhen Stock Exchange, like Chongqing, this is 81, only 30 years ago. Well, about 10 years ago, it's already a city, a special economic zone. And this is current situation. So you can see within 30 years, you can become from this to this in China. We were asked to design a tower for Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Stock Exchange exists in 2 cities in China. One is Shanghai and one in Shenzhen. And this is a new civic center, and this is a new park, a kind of feng shui-based master plan, and our tower was here. This was when we started the competition about 2006. Already it's very different. The program was such that half of the program was a rental office and half of it was related to stock exchange. And stock exchange typically exists on the ground level in an expansive floor for the convenience. So we basically rotated the half horizontally and kept the other half vertically. But we didn't think it was interesting enough, so we lifted the podium to provide a public space below. So you, instead of just getting one public space, you have a public space for a larger hall and then a public space for the stock holders. That is represented as a kind of beam in the sky. So this is current situation. It's almost, not almost, but it opens next year. It's quite subtle from the distance. One of the reasons why we lifted the podium was that we also researched and we discovered that the origin of the stock exchange was in New York under a big tree. So we thought it was nice to have such a kind of condition. We also utilized the kind of soffit to communicate the stock information so people can use the roof to perceive the stock info. It's the current. Like this. And we are quite happy in the name of Occupy Wall Street because I'm sure if it happens in China, it's going to be here. There's 2 atrium and 2 entrances, one for the staff and one for the public. And then on the level of public domain or the stock exchange, there's a huge floor like this. I would like to end with last project. We've been doing a store for a fashion brand called Prada. And this didn't happen, unfortunately, but this was one for a plan that we proposed in Shanghai, in the Bund. As you know, Bund, on this side, there's a very well-built colonial, post-colonial buildings that are mainly occupied by headquarters of banks and now many fashion brands. And as opposed to it, there's a Pudong. We were asked to location hunt by Prada to design a new store in Shanghai. And naturally, the first location that came up was in the Bund and also in this side, the expensive side. But when we were there, we thought it was a little bit kind of boring to go into a kind of very expected venue like this. But on the other side of the street, we discovered such a kind of publicness that is in a high contrast to the other side. Basically, this entire boardwalk here there's a parking structure underneath, and it acts also as a kind of wall for the water, retaining wall for the water. And you can see how on the other side there are many rich shoppers, but this side it's kind of completely mixed and also very active on the street. So what we did, it's hard to see, but this is existing plan. These are parking stalls. You can see it's very long. And these are mini vendors you saw, like these. So we thought it would be nice to insert the Prada store here in such a length, almost like 400 meters, the longest store in the world. The repertoire of the Prada has many, but anyway, so basically partially occupy the parking, and the idea is to create a shop that only consists of basically a shop window width, depth. So you can see it's hard to see, but this is the kind of sheer length of the store that we planned. So further we went into, there are some specific spaces like here that could work as a showcase, that could be converted to a fashion show venue because it's very linear. But what's exciting is that we kept also some part of the parking, so you see a shop and then the parking passage behind it, right behind it. Also, we were going to preserve many of the features that existed there. So you see this kind of weird juxtaposition of things. And this is a parking area where the stores will be inserted. And this was a kind of final image that we conceived. So we also wanted to keep some of the existing vendors so that the Prada stores actually kind of be one of them rather than completely eliminating a characteristic of this area. Thank you.
Yeah. A couple of questions. We are really running late. Yes, question here. Any question over there for later? Okay.
Okay, thanks for the very colorful presentation, right? And my name is Jiang. I'm from Hong Kong. I would like to, your title of your presentation is very appealing, city-like architecture. But to me, I think city-like architecture may make a city become less than what it should be, right? Like the CCTV building you talk about. In China, it has a nickname, and not a very decent one. It means 大裤衩. Something related to underwear of a man. I'm not so sure.
I know the
yeah,
whole
you know that, right? Yeah. So my question is, how can you incorporate the design of the building or structure of the building or feeling of the building into the space, place, and history of the city as an architect?
This is why I didn't really explain the design in this presentation, because we didn't want to go into those kind of symbolic issues. But my question is if CCTV is less desirable for Chinese history than other skyscrapers in the Bund, or in the, just because it's a little bit more radical. You know, we get this kind of questions all the time. But what is the kind of, that's why I explained our urban ambition. And many of the skyscrapers that are built there doesn't even have an urban ambition. They just occupy the site and extrude. So in that sense, as an operational building in operation in urbanistic context, I think it does make certain sense. And well, symbolic issues, it's unfortunate. But please don't forget that it's also chosen by Chinese people. It's not like we imposed our design. It was a design competition. So it's partially, you know, Chinese.
And yes.
Hi, my name is Yao Zhang. I'm a student from China. I have a question actually about you as a designer. How much can you, bargain with the, the employers or the city government officials in the conceptual, the formation of the concepts of an architect? I want to have two quick examples. For example, one is Shanghai, like the Renmin Square, the main common place where there are main government buildings, and also the Shenzhen Stock Exchange building, which I think that's on the Shenzhen Southern Road, which is the main road. Yeah. So as a Chinese person, and also sharing my personal views with other of my friends in China and also foreigners, we kind of feel that these spaces are not that welcoming. The buildings are nice, they're huge, even including the new CCTV building. But when you are there as a visitor, I mean, at least for me, I just don't, I feel like the space is not as welcoming as it showed in this graph. So do you think it's because these buildings are too huge, or what issues are there? And also, yeah, as my question.
Yeah, I think it's a sad thing as an architect you present, and as if, it always sounds like you're supporting fully what you're doing. But I used our buildings as an example to address the issues that, such as what you're addressing now. The buildings are indeed becoming bigger and bigger, and it's increasingly becoming more and more difficult to create a condition that is plausible in terms of intimacy and character of the city, as you're saying. And I think it's not just China, entire Middle East, even New York, Tokyo, and you name it. In megacities, because the representation of economy is currently a big building and tall buildings, it's a shared problem. I'm not saying it's a kind of problem that is only in China, or I'm not merely presenting our scheme as a successful case. It's just, I'm just addressing this issue. And also, I think the Chinese, we are also actually actively working on the Chinese preservation of Beijing. So it's always a kind of given, like a take of how you act as an urban agent, as an architect in the city. So you are aware of the problem, but of course, you don't turn down offer to build the headquarters of the biggest TV station in the world. So it's, you know, we are trying to accommodate as much as possible the issues.
Thank you very much. Joanna? Thanks a lot. Since we're running so late, we're going to just go straight. Those of you who need to step out, do, and then this is the final panel. And Joanna, who's here and at Parsons, right, will introduce it.
Thank you very much, Saskia. And the Committee for Global Thought for creating this exciting day, our second annual collaboration, third annual collaboration. We're thrilled to have this day be part of our own, the framework of our own Ecogram events in the School of Architecture, and for inviting me to chair this panel. Just briefly, I also want to mention that there are two more events, one on Monday evening in this room, about the future of sustainability in China, where actually the Taiwanese architect who Professor Ren mentioned in her talk, Xie Ying Chon, will be one of our speakers. And then on Tuesday, downtown at Columbia Studio X, there'll be a very interesting panel on Chinese cities and the provision of food. Just to take a moment quickly to explain what is Ecogram. Since 2008, we started a series of talks, exhibits, events, and publications in the making, which are about interrogating this question of sustainability with the general assumption that it is both a physical and a social issue, and that cities, particularly rapidly growing ones, are central to any idea of sustainability. More and more, we're interested in asking also whether sustainability means the same things in different geographical, cultural, and economic contexts. So this year, from our point of view, and of course today, we have been exploring what are the unique political, social, architectural conditions and approaches, and what particular models can we look at, what kinds of experiences can we draw from China that will help us also in our understanding of sustainability, in building a more complex understanding for us of sustainability by seeing what's happening in China. And already we have heard a range of varied and rich responses to these questions. The last panel is called Architecture and Environment. So we will be asking, what do we mean by environment? How does it intersect with architecture? We might say that the concept of environment is an elastic concept. Also, you know, is it something that already exists? Is it something to be constructed? Is it an accommodation of an existing dynamic? Our architecture and environment necessarily separate categories. Within the field of architecture, this notion of environment is really problematized in many different and interesting ways. And some actually critique the term environment because if it has to do with our interaction with the natural world, it tends to somehow reduce the idea of nature to something that can be managed or arranged or even used up. So the idea of environment as being something that reduces nature to a set of managerial strategies. That's something that's been, discussed from our point of view, architecture. So in China, of course, these questions are posed in particularly dramatic ways because of the scale of activity they take on, and they also take on global importance. So this afternoon, we will hear a wide range of ideas addressing the notion of environment and its intersection to architecture. So I'm extremely delighted to introduce our first speaker, Ackbar Abbas, who will talk about, the title of his talk is After the Ordinary. Professor Abbas teaches at the University of California, Irvine. He is the author of several books on Hong Kong and has written on fascination and on fakes. His research interests include globalization, Chinese culture, post-coloniality, and critical theory. He's currently working on Chinese cities and cinema and on a collaborative project on poor theory. Please help me welcome Professor Abbas.
Thank you, Session, for inviting me. All right, I'll try to keep to my 15 or 20 minutes, so let me start immediately. And let me begin with a disclaimer. My short paper is less about architecture and environment in China today, which is an important but daunting subject, best left to more qualified panelists, than it is about architecture as environment. Architecture as both habitat and cultural symptom, a way of making history by remaking the urban environment. Now, however, this remaking is taking place at a moment when China's history has been going through many strange loops. Seen to take just the most obvious example, in the fact that China today can only be described in catachristic terms, contradictory terms, like a socialist market economy. Furthermore, accompanying these strange political and economic turns and twists are the reconfigurations of space and subjectivities that often take on bizarre and aberrant forms. It is important, methodologically speaking, I think, to focus not on the aberrations themselves, but on the conditions that make them possible. Only in this way, it seems to me, can we trace a history that might otherwise remain indiscernible, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of what China's urban future might be. Now, one scenario of a possible urban future can be found in an amazing documentary film by the sixth-generation filmmaker Jiang entitled Crazy English, which some of you might have seen. A template of the times, it seems to me. Its subject is a phenomenally successful teacher of English, Liang. In interviews, Liang proudly tells us that he failed his university exams several times and that he failed 3 semesters of English. So, failing to learn English, what does he do? He decides to teach it. So English, American English, is the language of globalization. That's how it's regarded. And crazy means, Liang tells us, not mad, but 100% commitment. In other words, in a new global world, only the paranoid succeed. Most amazing of all, learning crazy English does not involve linguistics or phonetics or knowledge of any kind. All it involves is the ability, and this is a crucial point, the ability to speak loudly, quickly, and clearly. lessons consist most of all in shouting slogans like, never let your country down. I want to be somebody someday. And my favorite, I enjoy losing face. From this, you see that students are not so much learning a new subject, English, as learning to become a new kind of subject. Let me skip a bit now. We see this crazy English scenario repeated in an uncanny way when the language of architecture is introduced to Chinese cities, which is the point I'm leading up to. It seems that in cities like Beijing, Shenzhen, or Shanghai, what we see everywhere we look are examples of crazy architecture that, like crazy English, speaks loudly, quickly, and clearly. Is this a preview of China's urban future? That after the ordinary, we find crazy architecture and paranoia? Could it be that what we are seeing in architecture as environment is a reaction formation against the ordinariness of the socialist era? Now, in this regard, consider what is clearly a recent urban symptom, a fairly new aspiration towards privacy. In the egalitarian socialist era, privacy above all else was precisely what the average citizen was deprived of. Today, some residue of egalitarianism still remains, but this goes together with a newfound desire for private property and personal privacy. Seen, for example, in the fact that every couple now wants its own apartment, whereas before they might have been staying with parents and so on. Every couple now wants its own apartment and its own private means of transport. It is this new aspiration towards privacy, this change, shall we say, in the structure of affect, that has contributed as much as economic development to bring about the greatest building boom in Chinese history and a sight of cities choked with traffic. Paradoxically, the aspiration towards privacy does not end up as escape from the crowd. It is, in fact, the cause of overcrowding. Yet the aspiration in the traffic jams and so on, and all these luxurious buildings which are built very close to each other, yet the aspiration persists. What the paradox suggests is that we're dealing not with a simple search for privacy, but with something more complex, related to what Walter Benjamin called the phantasmagoria of the interior. The search is all the more phantasmagoric in that the kind of privacy attainable in China today is not the privacy of individuals who can assume that they have certain rights defined by law, as in Western societies, but a more fragile and precarious privacy, arising in the midst of a society that still puts the stress not so much on individual rights as on networks and connections. It's just a different mindset, as it were, where things are done through negotiation, often in a quasi-legal way, not through insisting on individual rights. Now, under these circumstances, privacy is as exquisite and rare as a hothouse plant, which is why it is such an assiduously cultivated urban fantasy. Now, the promise implied in architecture as environment can be heard, for example, in the phrase, better city, better life, which is the slogan of Expo 2010 in Shanghai. But the current way of envisioning a better city has produced not better lives, but an anxiety that ordinary life is not good enough. We can surmise that this is the case when we see wave after wave of nostalgia sweeping over China. For example, the really hard to understand nostalgia for the Cultural Revolution, with restaurants serving Cultural Revolution food and so on. And when that died down, nostalgia for the 1980s, which was the end of the Cultural Revolution. So, I mean, this is nostalgia that, in a sense, doesn't have any content because you can be nostalgic for the Cultural Revolution and its end. Right? It's something very arbitrary. Now, in Beijing and Shanghai in particular, urban design has involved the destruction of the urban fabric and its replacement by a city of objects. In other words, a city full of celebrated buildings that, like celebrities themselves, are famous only for being famous, but that the average citizen finds difficulty in relating to. Now, one striking case, of course, is the magnificent CCTV building. I think you just saw that, designed by Omar. When the Mandarin Oriental Hotel attached to it caught fire on opening day, many Beijing residents watched it burn with something like glee and even laughter. I mean, this reaction, it seems to me, does not come from just simple callousness, nor ressentiment, but from a sense that just as structures and situations can be imposed on ordinary citizens without their consent, so there are situations beyond the control even of bureaucrats and entrepreneurs. In other words, for residents, the fire provided the rare spectacle of a leveling of power, which explains why watching it was accompanied by carnivalesque laughter. Now, one alternative to the vision of a city of objects, it is often thought, is a concern for preservation. But sadly enough, many preservation projects intent on saving historical buildings turn them in the process once more into buildings as objects. A preserved building is that strange thing. It may look old and familiar, but the grids and coordinates by which we understand it have surreptitiously changed. The logic that preservation follows is less a logic of cultural heritage than a logic of global tourism. And that is why it is no contradiction that in Shanghai, the city undergoing the most rapid urban development is also the city most interested in preservation. Yeah, I had a footnote here, but I don't know where it is, so let's forget that. To say this is in no way to devalue preservation projects, but only to underline the slipperiness of the enterprise. How in preserving the historic value of a building, we may also be changing its history. It is therefore not simply a question of preserving the hutong against the high-rise, or the bicycle against the motor car, as if after the ordinary, we could just return to the ordinary. The crucial question to ask, it seems to me, is how design as environment can produce what Bruno Latour calls matters of concern and not just matters of fact. How urban design can create cities that are not only sustainable, but also sustaining, capable of responding both to our needs and our desires. Cities to live in and to love. Now this, of course, is a big question, and there may be no comprehensive answer as yet, but we can look for some starting points. One suggestion I'm going to put on the table is to rethink the notion of the ordinary in relationship to cities, and to say that the cities we can live in and love are not super cities, but ordinary cities. Super cities see the ordinary as something to overcome and leave behind. This would be one sense of what after the ordinary means. Ordinary cities see the ordinary as something to work with and to work through. The ordinary, it should be noted, is of course also not the small. I mean, this question of scale that Saskia introduced at the beginning of our sessions. Insofar as the ordinary is everywhere, it is not small, it is huge. And this is true, of course, not just of China, but everywhere. The difference between the super and the ordinary is not difference within the same scale, but a difference of the scale itself. The scale of the ordinary, for example, cannot be measured or captured by a graph. I mean, you can't talk about the ordinary through statistics, for example. Supercities conjure up fantasy images. I mean, we've seen so many of them, like high-rise buildings and so on, and all these smart cities that we have been looking at. I mean, these images are so fantastical and so elaborate, and they also repeat themselves so often that to a certain extent they have in fact become banal. Ordinary cities, on the other hand, conjure up no image at all. We have to think of the ordinary that I'm after, and this would be a second sense of after the ordinary, not as connoting something negative, right? The ordinary as boring, for example, or as something positive, the ordinary as authentic and grassroots and so on, right? It's neither something that's negative nor something that's positive. I mean, it's beyond good and evil, if you like. The ordinary is like the unmarked term in semiotics, the 0 degree. The unmarked is also the unremarked, the unremarkable. And the unremarkable in both senses, right? There's that which you don't notice, but there's also that which you cannot represent, the unremarkable, that which you can't represent, the ordinary. So just as the unmarked term is open to different meanings, so the ordinary can be taken in different directions. To just give one example, whose implications I can't completely tease out, we might say that the sensibility of the ordinary can be suggested in Benjamin's remark on boredom. Boredom, which we all think is this negative thing, but we have this remark by Benjamin, this quote on boredom, which he describes as boredom as the dream bird that hatches the egg of experience. So from this point of view then, the ordinary city may or may not look different from the super city. I mean, the differences are not, as it were, literal ones. But rather, the difference is a difference of thinking. It's a city that thinks differently. Now, one quick illustration of the difference may be the example of two art districts, the construction of two art districts, one in Hong Kong and the other in Beijing. There is a piece of reclaimed land in Hong Kong's West Kowloon that the government decided to turn into an art district. However, it had no idea how to do this. So after years of discussion, I think it was over 6 years of toing and froing, discussions which were acrimonious, controversial, and so on and so forth, discussions between officials, realtors, and the art community, the government has now decided to give the project to Norman Foster, which is, of course, the super city solution, but also the safe solution. I mean, that's an easy way to proceed. You know he's going to build an impressive building, and that's the point. What we will find, it seems to me, irrespective of the aesthetic value of Foster's structure, will probably be yet another iconic building and tourist destination. A different way of creating an art district is the example of Songjiang on Beijing's 6th Ring Road. There, the decision is to provide land at very reasonable prices to artists with a proven track record and encourage them to design and build their own lived workspaces. At the moment, and maybe for some time to come, there are problems. This is not like working that smoothly. And the district will take time to complete, and there are no guarantees of success. But at least Songjiang is not an instant art district like the Hong Kong example. I mean, it's not a case of instant art food that you can consume. In the process of working with ordinary problems and issues, the chances of an art space and community being created, it seems to me, might be a little bit greater, though, as I said, there's no guarantee that this would be the case. The ordinary that I'm after is not a solution to all China's urban problems, just as psychoanalysis is not a cure for neurosis. All that both can do, in one of Freud's most brilliant insights, is, to quote him, to turn neurotic pain into ordinary unhappiness.
Thank you for a fabulous talk. I would like to take some questions. Are there some questions? Oh.
Take questions. Yes, please.
There's one here.
Well, I guess my question has two parts. One of it is, it seems that you are reacting to change that is excessively speeded up, and that when change occurs so rapidly, it tends to hook into phantasmagoria. And that also, in the case of the kinds of changes we're talking about, perhaps in reference to the first lecture, these are the Corbusian top-down versions, and you are espousing some Jane Jacobs bottom-up version, where the structures, again, are not so visible, are hopefully more enduring, and also correspond more to a way of life, an urban way of life that is satisfying rather than ultimately frustrating. So I was just wondering if you would agree with this linkage between your position about the ordinary and that tradition of thinking about cities as ways of life that are integrated into daily life.
The short answer is no. Right. I mean, take your first point about change and the speed of change. I think one of the interesting things that's happening in China is not just this fact that things are changing rapidly. I mean, we all know that. What is interesting is that change itself has changed. I mean, you can't think about the change in the old sense of speed as, change taking place. Because what you have now is this other trope, which I think is crucial. We didn't have time to go into that, which is this trope of what I would call anachronisms. Right? The anachronism just means the way in which different, what you might think of as different times and periods are just laid onto each other, and it's like they're all part of the present. Right? Now, one good example, or one example, could be a preserved building, right? Which is not just heritage; it's that as well, but it's also this other global thing. So it's these strange loops and twists. So what the anachronisms produce would be this other thing, which is the way in which you have a space that is now completely distorted, and hence you have the second trope, which is the trope of anamorphosis, right? How the whole space is slightly twisted right? It's not as if, you know, it's different, but it's like you have a frame now that's twisted. So don't look at the image, because the image itself won't tell you that much. But to go from the image to try and suss out what the changing frames is. And of course, this leads to the third point, which is mentioned a bit, which is at the level of language. This would be the notion of catachresis, that the only way you can talk about China today is in a catachristic way, right? Nothing is true except the exaggerations.
If I could just follow up a little bit, then it sounds like you are saying that the ordinary, as you in fact said, needs to be rethought. It's not an ordinary that we know already. Yes. You are arguing for a new ordinary.
Yes. Yeah, but I won't use the term new, because I mean the problem of the new would be that it's into a certain mode of development and of a certain chronology. I mean the ordinary is always there. It is this envelope. Right? For example, in trying to be extraordinary, you just fall back into the banal. You know, I mean, you see all these friends of ours who try to be different. Nothing can be more banal than these people, right? I mean, and that's the issue. Now, I know I'm using sort of, you know, affective terms, but I would also say that these affective terms are crucial now for urban theory and for critical theory.
Well, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Professor. Thanks for your helpful presentation. I guess my question is, assuming that we should use ordinary to build ordinary cities instead of the super cities, but who will be the initiatives for this kind of ordinary cities? As we know that the developers, they want to, they are profitable. They want to make very big buildings. And the architects want to make a masterpiece, so will be famous. And the governments want to get something really attractive, so they can get promotions. But how about the ordinary people? Because they are ordinary, they have no power, they have no money. So who will be the initiative for this kind of ordinary city? I think it's really good idea, but how to make it the real? Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I think the first thing to say to that is that the ordinary, as I'm trying to situate it, is not a kind of absolute solution, right? I mean, you can't use it to say the problems are solved. Now, secondly, then there are some examples, and the example I gave of Songjiang, which is not a pure example, because Songjiang, the people who live in Songjiang are not, shall we say, you know, the impoverished. They're not like the poor artists, nor are they the top artists making, I don't know, $2 billion a year, which is the amount that Ai Weiwei made. You might not know that. That's why I had this tax bill. But, you know, it's not that either. But it's like this, maybe this, at the moment, the ordinary would have to work in this, with these middle categories. I mean, I think the point to make is that you have to start somewhere, right? And even if it's with impure examples, I mean, these people are not poor, and they're not grassroots. So what happens to what are their options? Maybe they don't have options yet, but it's like people who do have a limited range of options. That's where I think some of this would have to start. That's what I feel. I mean, it's like, is it optimism or is it pessimism? You know, it's like the ordinary. You know, it's beyond these categories. Yeah.
Could we have one more question? Thank you for a very thoughtful talk. I'm going to ask you a question with one of your provocations. You started your talk suggesting to us or inviting us to focus not so much on the aberrations, but on the conditions that make them possible. Yes. If we use that to investigate the creation of art districts in Beijing versus Hong Kong, what were the conditions that made these different approaches possible, and how is it that we can perhaps promote more of the Beijing approach?
Yes. Okay, now I did not mean to sort of, you know, contrast Beijing and Hong Kong. Beijing is just as awful, right? I mean, Hong Kong is bad, Beijing is just as bad. But the kind of limited, something of limited interest would be this experiment in Xinjiang. And it's like, we don't know where it's going to lead. I mean, the earlier thing, you might have heard of 798, right? But 798 sort of belongs out to a completely different, different category. But what was I going to say? The art space? No. Let me give you an example of how it's not a question of a completely, it's not a question of the Beijing solution, because I was in Beijing just a couple months ago, and just before I left, I went to an art exhibition in Xinjiang. Now, the art exhibition was extremely disappointing. It was disappointing not because there were not interesting artworks or works that would look interesting to an international audience, but that was exactly the problem. That now that China has funding, what it funds now, and of course, you know, these art exhibits in Chongqing are state-funded. Now that it has funding, what it funds are these cliché notions of what Chinese art would be, of how Chinese modernism would look like. And what that means would be the following, that what now gets funded and have a kind of existence and subsistence on the cultural scene would exactly be clichés. The clichés are now have a much greater chance of being real now, right? Because of the funding situation. So it's like a situation that cuts in many different ways, and it's not a question of saying that, you know, the ordinary has a value, right? That the ordinary is the small, or the ordinary is the immediate. The ordinary has no value at all, right? It's like the 0 degree. You have to make something of it. It presents you, it invites you, I think, to look again at the problems within the situation, and it's this situation that you have to work with. And I think that's what the ordinary challenges us to do. Thanks.
We have two speakers following now who will be addressing the complexities of the environment as a kind of social and political background that we need to understand in order to a background against which we can start to understand the architecture and the city. First, we have Jiang, if I pronounce it correctly. She is an assistant professor at the Department of Geography and Resource Management at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. As an urban and regional specialist, she has led research projects in intercity competition and cooperation, as well as urban and regional governance in China. She was formerly a planning practitioner in an international consulting firm in China and in Canada. She has published widely on urban and regional development in China, co-authoring Urban Development in Post-Reform China, State, Market and Space from 2007, and co-editing Megacity, Region Governance and Planning, an International Comparative Perspective from 2010. Please help me welcome Jiang Zhu.
And in fact, I have known Liang since university. At that time, he was quite crazy already. So the craziness actually is the ordinary in his personality. And then, so today my topic is reassembling the state in urban China. Whenever we talk about the urban restructuring in China, we cannot afford not to mention the urbanization process. And then because this is one of the most important urban phenomena that set the theme for the restructuring. So I have to mention a little bit about the process of urbanization, even though some speaker already mentioned have a lot of discussion in the morning. Okay, talking about the process of urbanization, is, I would like to argue, is unparalleled in world history. Not only more than like half of the population is now living in city and town, but the remaining half of the population is increasingly dependent on the city and town for economic survival and livelihoods. And since 2001, urbanization has become a very important national strategy in order to stimulate the economic growth. As you can see, 50 years ago, the urbanization level was only like a little bit more than 12%, but now the number increased to more than 49. This is my student giving me the number, maybe a little bit around, maybe 49%. So this is a massive process of urbanization. And in the latest, the 12 5-year plan, they give us a quite conservative number. They said urbanization level would increase to 51.5% by 2015. But according to some estimation by Chinese experts, the urban population is actually going to reach 1 billion by year 2050. And at that time, China is going to have 50 super large cities with a population over 2 million and 150 sort of a large city with population between 1 to 2 million and 500 medium-sized cities with population from half to 1 million and 1,500 small cities. While these figures are predictable, other forces such as globalization and regional development will reinforce the role of city as the center of production and consumption, as well as social and political transformation. So urbanization at such a scale and speed has overwhelmed Chinese government at various levels. That's why we have so many urban problems, and many speakers already addressed today. For example, the flood of rural-urban migration has actually worsened the infrastructure burden of city and leading to the tremendous growth of unserviced urban area where millions of migrant workers cannot have adequate access to basic urban services. And we have other problems, of course, like urban environment degradation and poor living condition, the poor maintained infrastructure, and so misuse of land, so on and so forth. So in order to handle this problem, and in recent years we have seen some state responses, such as policy has been made to explain public spending, investment in social welfare service, promote job creation, and regulate land uses. But in order to achieve this policy results, and we need to have a strong function of the state. That's why in recent years we have seen an emerging process of resembling the state function in Chinese city, and this is a point that current literature have largely ignored. So what the current literature tell us right now? And then most of the literature actually focused on one particular area of urban transformation, that is the economic decentralization and the significant role of the local governments. And in order to elaborate on this point, and many theoretical discourses has been developed. For example, it is argued that the decentralized from combined with appropriate incentive allow local state to play an increasingly incorporated role, and we have an emergence of entrepreneurial local state, and as a result, the central government still, even though still political dominating, has become less relevant in local economic governance. So as a result, the former centrally organized institution is now undergoing a process of de-hierarchicalization, which means the weakening of the hierarchical order in regulation, giving rise to a process of territorialization in which the local government has been granted a lot of economic power in managing its economic activity in their jurisdiction, right? So when applying those current theory to contemporary Chinese transformation, we found something right here. So these discourses, they do suggest a very widely researched and intensively recognized phenomenon, that is a rapid downward rearticulation of state function to lower level of governments and powerful, and also to the markets. And then, so in a large sense, urban development is being increasingly attached to and embedded into places and territory on the subnational scale, especially the municipalities. This is all something we all understand. So with this theoretical interpretation, I think it is very tempting for us to read the contemporary urban transformation in China only as a major consequence of the decentralization and the market developments. So as I said, we have questions about this line of arguments, right? And can this existing literature explain everything? For example, can they explain why the Tianjin Binhai New region has been chosen as a new economic growth engine in the country? Can they explain why cities and provinces in the country are trying whatever they can in order to get the central support and physical allocation? So, our argument is that decentralization and market reform, they are very powerful trend, but perhaps this theory ignore a counter trend that is at least equally important to the current significance of economic governance. So we argue that the process of decentralization of economic governance is actually counterbalanced by the rise of state strategy in order to control the articulation of scale through which a more centrally consolidated power can be achieved. So the scale here, I mean economics, geographical scale, right? And then we identify many dimensions of urban development actually under the deterritorialized, or what we call the re-centralized process for better regulation. Well, this point may provide some very basic perspective for us to develop a new state theoretical interpretation of urban transformation in contemporary China. So in the following, I think I would like to, I don't want to bore you with theoretical discussion again. Okay, I would like to very quickly go through three cases, which some of the speakers already mentioned in the morning. I sort of summarize what has been going on in China. And one case is the urban land governance, right? I looked through the time frame before the before the pre-reform period, and then after 1998, and before the economic reform, as you can see, the land management was both highly centralized and a fragmented model, because the land power was fragmented among a wide range of production units, or you can call it working units under central administration at that time. So this kind of system made the territorially organized land development very difficult, if not totally impossible. Right, by the 1986, okay, something happened. We have the new land law, and which empowered the territorial governments, such as the cities, a wide range of power in land administration. So that's why the fragmented land user at this time were under the unitary of territorial control. And then again in the 1998, we have a new land law, because the central government finally realized the city government did not really listen to what the land policy have told them to do. So we have a new land law in which the major land power has been taken back by the central and by the provincial government and central governments. So the territorial government, especially between the provincial level, they are granted very limited power over the land use decision. As you can see, we have identified a step-by-step process of re-centralization of land power. And then at the same time, we also have a process of sort of a hierarchicalization, I mean re-establishment of hierarchical order of regulation. And this especially in the fact that the land official at the lower level now has to be appointed by the land department at the less higher level, and then rather than by the municipal government. So this is a way to enhance the hierarchical structure in the regulation. And the second example I would like to mention is the Pearl River Delta, and the strategic planning in the Pearl River Delta. And then some of you might know the Pearl River Delta is one of the fast-growing megacity regions in China. It is located in Guangdong in South China. It is also one of the highly fragmented megacity region, because we used to only have 2 central cities, but now like Guangzhou and Hong Kong, but today it has become increasingly polycentric with a number of emerging start cities trying to competing with the traditional center in hosting economic activities. So they have become the active economic center in their own rights. So we have a lot of collective action problem here, like intensive land use, little coordination in regional service provision, and so on and so forth. A lot of problems. So in order to correct this problem, the Guangdong government finally decided to say, let's make a regional strategic plan in order to rectify this problem. So that's why the whole Pearl River Delta has been divided into 9 policy zones, such as we have the regional open space, we have the economic regeneration zone, 9 policy zones, which has been put under 4 different levels of control. And at top tier, we have the supervisory governance, which are under the straightest top level of regulation and control from the provincial and the central government. And then it is in descending order. And then we have the level 4, the conductive governance, which is under the least top-down regulation and control. For example, the cities and towns in the regional open space or regional transport corridor are now no longer allowed to make independent investment decisions like what they used to be. So this is a way to re-centralize the power towards the provincial level. Actually, this kind of spatial re-regulation allow happening occur at the national level. And in the most recent 12th five-year plan, the whole territory of China has been divided into like 4 different functional zones. They include the prohibited developed zone, the key ecological functional zone, the major grape production zone, and optimized and the prioritized development zone. And these 4 zones are again put under 4 different levels of regulation and control. And for example, we have 18 prioritized development zone. These are the area where the future development will most concentrated. And then we have 3 optimized development zones. They are the highly urbanized area, but the focus will be on developing high-end and high-value added sectors. And then these rooms are the future's China development zone. For other areas, they are all under different degree of conservation for economic, for ecological purpose or for agricultural development purpose. So as you can see, we have sort of a country-wide zoning system, which is going to occur in China, right? And then now, let me to conclude from what we have observed in those cases. And our observation that we do have a very powerful trend of post-reform fragmentation and decentralization of urban transformation in China. So because of this, a decentralized structure is often justified as a basic institutional precondition for promoting urban developments. But indeed, decentralization and fragmentation has grown remarkably in the past decade, but even this trend is now beginning to be counterbalanced by a wave of consolidation that cannot be ignored. So the more centralized is fragmented, the more stronger the top-level regulation might become. Our cases tend to suggest that, so our case seems to suggest the hierarchical order. Enhancement of the hierarchical order has become a new way for the state to engage in the spatial commodification, space commodification process. So this may provide new state theoretical perspective for us to interpret the Chinese configuration, Chinese urban development, because we think the urban development has to be understood by the interplay between the trade and counter-trade of centralization and decentralization, or hierarchicalization, or de-hierarchicalization. Thank you.
We should take a couple of questions.
Okay.
I wanted to just briefly start with a kind of comment that I found fascinating in your talk and in your paper that you sent me, actually the longer version, that it is by the interplay between trends, not only new but also new and old, but also recent and more recent, that urbanization is occurring. And in this process, you're saying state policies are changing and evolving a kind of uniquely Chinese model of development that is neither top-down nor bottom-up in a Western sense, but it's far more complex. And I find that really fascinating. I'm wondering how it might relate to Professor Abbas's notion of not sustainable but sustaining. I guess, I mean, I'm just wanting to put that on the table. I'm not necessarily expecting but just as a start to the discussion. If you'd like to respond, that would be great.
Well, actually, my presentation is about the role of the state function, the role of the state. And a lot of people ask me, are you expecting that we are going back to what we were before, like state overtaking the role of the market? I say no, because what the state has been done now is totally different from what they did before. And the function of the state has been totally redefined because of the imperative of the market development. For example, the state can use the market instrument to solve its own crisis, such as a shortage of capital, or use the market instrument to relieve its pressure of urban provisions, such as allowing non-state actors to participate in the urban infrastructure investment. So the state is not really overtaking the role of the market, but rather enhance its role to ensure a fair play, or to enhance the role for market regulation. Yeah, this is some major arguments I would like to make. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Hi, thank you for your talk. I had one simple question. India is the largest democracy in the world, and I have been watching a lot of the presentations today, and it seems like the Chinese people are voting with their feet. They're moving to the big cities to get work. If they have the choice to vote democratically, do you think that your description of how the state is controlling regulation would be the same?
Well, even in the United States, now state is starting to play a more important role. Like Obama already said last year, we do not want to see the Europe or China to be the first country to have the fattest train on the earth, right? America has to be the first country to have the fattest train on the earth. So I mean, this what we see in the United States is now the state has been reaching out to invest more in megacity region developments or in infrastructure development. So everywhere in the world, not only in China. Perhaps you define China as a country that is not so democratic, right? But in other Western society as well, state is reaching out to play a more important role to solve the crisis, especially after I think the 2008 financial crisis, right? Well, even China is a democratic society and we can vote freely, but I still think the role of the state is still very, very important, because you need to regulate the market, because the market cannot be ratified by itself, right? The market is not perfect. The role of the state has to be there. So even in China today, we have two very important forces undergoing behind the urban restructuring. One is the role of a state, the other is a market. A market force is really very, very powerful, still very powerful, and continue to be very powerful in the future. But the role of state, as I like to say, is very important, especially in a transitional economy. Say, for example, housing reform. if the state has not yet decided to roll back from the housing provision, how the market can really establish the strength in providing housing in China. So the relationship between the state and market is depend on each other, right? It depend. Yes.
I don't think I need a mic.
Shout out. They shout out.
Loud enough. But with each of the pendulum swing between decentralization and centralization, do you see the central state power becoming more eroded and becoming perhaps more restricted in terms of what's the purpose of using the spatial strategy to addressing intralocal inequality by scaling up, on a regional plan? I mean, if you project this out, the next cycle, because I think the Chinese history is full of the pendulum swings between the central and local power. How is this one different?
Okay. We do have some history that the Chinese government used a different kind of economic re-centralization or decentralization policy to either stimulate the economic growth in the time of crisis, such as the 2008 financial crisis, or during the deflation, for example, right? We also have the policy to control growth in order to have a soft landing. Yes, we do have a policy up and down, but what we have observed here in China is sort of a different, because it happened not only in economic policy, macroeconomic control, but it's happened in other many areas of urban governance, such as urban land governance, spatial planning, a different geographical scale at the city, regional, and national scale. A national level, so we are not really policy sides, but on from the institutional perspective, as I already mentioned, there is a very powerful trend to re-establish the hierarchical order of regulation. So this is something I think quite different from the purely economic policy, macroeconomic policy to control or stimulate economic growth. This is.
Why the regional, the last four zones? Why you have the state reassertion at the regional level as opposed to really at the national?
I think the reassertion has been, the state has tried to regain control and reassert its functional importance at all geographical scale. Even at a city scale, you see the city government are doing the same thing to regain control over their municipal land, area, right? And then at the provincial level, as we see in the case of Perth Delta Regional Strategic Planning, that is what has been done by the provincial government at Guangdong to regain control and to reassert its functional importance at the regional level. But at the national level, we see the whole territory, has been divided into different zones, which has been put under for different kind of spatial regulations. That happened at the national level. So it happened at all geographical scale, not really at 1 or 2 scale.
Shall we take one more question? I think we have to move on. We should move on. Okay. That's okay. But perhaps we'll thank you very much. Perhaps we will be able to integrate the questions with the next, following the next panelist presentation. The next panelist is Ling Huang. She's an associate professor of architecture and urban planning at Chongqing University in China. After practicing for 6 years as an architect, she returned to academia to research and to teaching theory of urban design, urban sociology, and urban culture at Chongqing University. Recently, her research interests center on urban community renewal and community development planning in the city of Chongqing. She's currently also a visiting scholar at the University of Pennsylvania and the author of a new book called The Study on Cultural Structure of Urban Space, published in China, 2011. Please help me welcome Ling Huang.
I'm very honorable to be invited here. Thanks Professor Saskia Sassen, and I also thanks for Professor Chen, who recommended me here. And another presentation about Chongqing. Maybe today's conference, maybe Chongqing is one of the keywords of this conversation. Because I was born and studied and working in this city, and I have experienced the very fast urbanization in this area. So I like to communicate and share with you about my experience about this city. And my title is Returning the Street to Community Life. I'd like to, from two active to practice projects to from these projects avenue. That means I just finished it from the last year to now, and from this view to tell you about the new trends about our city. And many people like this picture, and you can find it in website. And because just Liu and just said this area looks like Manhattan, but before it was another curve. Means it looked like Hong Kong without light. But maybe after 5 to 10 years, we have another. This is the center of the center of Central City, and we have another. We have 3 CBDs. This is one. This is oldest one. Another in the two rivers other side. Yeah, maybe after 5 to 10 years later, you can see it will look more like Manhattan than Manhattan. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This I also choose this picture from the website because it is in English. And this is a location of Chongqing. I will go through very quickly about this background because just Professor Chen and Liu have introduced it. And my story occurs in the city center in this area. That's the Yuzhong district. It's the centers of the central city. My content is about background, research questions, and my emphasis on the case study. There are 2 case studies, and finally is the concluding. The background I will go through very quickly. This is urbanization in China. We can see from this picture, make more attention on the yellow stars about the key point time about our urbanization in China from 1949 to 2009. And these some key point, these policies has lead our urbanization has changed from the unhealthy to healthy and to very fast area. And from the 1949 to 1976, we have experienced a phase of healthy urbanization from the liberation of China to the phase of the anti-urbanization, and this is a history. But from the 1978 to now, we have experienced the individual transformation and enterprise transformation, and now we are in the urban transformation. And this is a very interesting statistics I've made from the keywords about the report of CPC's Legion Parties Congress. You can see from the keywords, CPC and socialism are always important in our country. Every time it has, and development and construction are more and more important, and it occurs from 100 to 450 times. And reform has some setbacks. It is actually true. But now it is very important in China, from the economy to society and culture. And very important that just in the last month, our central government has taken the cultural development as the most important role in China's development. And I also think that all questions in China, in present China, the cultural questions is the most important, and we can find the special ways to solve the Chinese, even the world questions from the cultural way. Yeah. And on Chongqing, from the 2009, we have over 50% urbanization level, but now it's 53%. Just the urban population is 22, but the total population is 33 now. It's the latest data. Why? The other 5 million people go out for work that means migrants in other cities. Now, this is Professor Chen has mentioned that this is our one ring, two wings regional development strategies. It's economic strategies. The main city means the one ring, 1 hour circle, and the other is the northeast wing, just along Yangtze River, and is emphasized on the second Chongqing city, the second city, Wanzhou. And the Wanzhou is the start of the Three Gorges. And another, the southeast ring is the poorest part of Chongqing. There are 4 autonomous counties there, and minorities, Miao and Tujia, are there. Another from the social structure, social stratification in Chongqing. This is the data from the 2009. We can compare it with the upper 3 models. Chongqing is the biggest city, is the largest city, huge city of the world maybe, but its social structure just like the countryside model. That means our city is a great city with great rural. And this is the main city. This is the general planning of the Chongqing. But this is now it's the old one because we have made the new one, but it hasn't been opened. The urban area have 2 parts. One is main city. The main city is the circle, is the purple circle, and another is the green. The green area is suburban, and it's equal, and it's the same area, but constructing area is in the main city. And in main city, there's another. That means the red circle. That red circle means central city. The central city is old city and mainly historical areas, old areas, and construction areas, all in this red circle. Red circle along the 2 mountains, and there are 4 mountains. There are 5 mountains in Chongqing. And now, where new development area is from the north to east and to west. And west is the education, the university city, and some manufacturing city. We can go very, very fast from this. You can see the total population is 33 now, but the residential population is 22. Yeah, and on the urbanization level is 53%. And this is GDP. You can see the GDP growth rate is 17.1%. It's very, very quickly. And in Yuzhong district, it's a very special district. It is a unique one. It's the unique one, nearly 100% urbanization level. And only in this district, there is no counties. This is Yuzhong district land use. The area is only 23 square kilometers. It's very small. So it hasn't no new land now. And the population is the residential population, almost the total population is 50, yeah. And the GDP growth of the Yuzhong district from 1999 to last year is about 55 billion. And you can see that the total line district or in main city compared with that other district, Yuzhong has a smallest area but with highest per capita GDP. So this is a modern. This is now the city center of the Yuzhong district, And my research about that means the city center, it has faced some bottleneck now. One is the most important is there is no new land for them. Other district has many land, but this district has no land. So it's only to do is urban renewal. But how to do it? That means on condition of other districts' fast development, how to renew Yuzhong district. The bottleneck about no land, another is that means the very old infrastructure and no working system. Originally, we have a Golden Cross Street, but now full of cars and buses. And the second question is, what's the feature of Yuzhong district? Because it's the motherland of the Chongqing, the city Chongqing. But what's the feature? It is full of history and many cultural items, cultural stories in it. But we neglected it. But we couldn't use it very well. And what's the future of Yuzhong district is the next. What's the future of Yuzhong district? Because the other two CBD has a very modern city structure, very well infrastructure, and very linkage with other cities. But Yuzhong, how to do it? And the fourth is the most important one is what can we do for the people living in Yuzhong district? How to live these people? How to live their lifestyles? Because lifestyle is also the culture, is also one part of the culture. And maybe it's the most representative of the Chongqing city. And so to the urban renewal for the Yuzhong district, we can go through the urban renewal in Chongqing from the 1997 to now. Because 1997 is just Chongqing has become the municipality of China, the first one, next to Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai. And the three milestones of urban renewal in Chongqing. One is the 2005 Asian Pacific City Summit. And at that time, city government spent RMB 150 million yuan to render all facades along the two sides of main roads in the main city, including all buildings, historical residential areas, and shops. It was called a city water wash movement, and it led to many debates from the all fields people. And the second, this is only the physical view, but to the 2008 Strategy of Five Chongqing, led by the Bo Xilai coming to Chongqing. The Five Chongqing has many specific contents in it. The first one is livable Chongqing, just for the housing. So under this policy, there are many specific contents in it. Just Liu and Professor Cheng has give you. And the second is unblocked Chongqing, is for the transportation, and the forest Chongqing for green Chongqing, and safe Chongqing, and healthy Chongqing, all from the how to rearrange the urban structure of Chongqing. And to the last year, the people's welfare-oriented policy is more specific for Chongqing. That means with the policy of low renting public housing, the concept of the people's welfare-oriented has been set up for the next phase of city renewal and development. That means we start to go into community renewal, because in this old area, there are many old communities in it. It has become the city's fabric in Chongqing. And you can see from the, this is the Yuzhong district. There are 3 sub-districts. The all total are 76 communities, compared with other sub-districts in main city, in the district, in the Yuzhong district. They have 12 sub-districts, and 76, they have no counties. This is the community distribution of Yuzhong district. And how to rearrange, renew these communities. We get this project just because the local government, they said, I have some urban sociologist background, so they asked me to help them to do this project in a sociological view to finish it. So, but the core issues for the urban renewal, for the community renewal, is how to display the features of livable community. That means obey the strategy of livable Chongqing. And the second is what is worth preserved in these old communities. Not only the historical buildings to be preserved, but also local lifestyle and cultural relationship between the local people and the built environment. This is very important. Maybe this is a concept change in Chongqing. And how to complete the community renewal by way of cultural strategy. We also improve that community development planning and urban spatial cultural planning. Two cases, one is in last year, one in this year. And case 1 is Jialingqiao West Community Renewal. It is just in city centers and along the Jiang River. And there are some former house for, this is very famous famous American people, General Marshall. In the wartime, he went to Chongqing and helped the 2 parties to negotiation. And this area just in the start of the working parts in the Yuzhong district. And from this, in this project, we also make some.
Really get to a basic idea you want to start.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have make some. We have make some. Case studies from the chronically and synonymously. From these 6 case study, we can give the support for our project. That means we must use the cultural strategy, cultural ways to renew this project. And we can see this situation has advantages. That means topography, relief, abundant small open space, good relationship between neighborhoods, some historical buildings and public spaces. But disadvantages is low quality for living, including infrastructure, accessibility, and all are bad and old. And all the old people and very children left. But most local residents like living here. Why? Because there are some unseen the relationship between the neighborhoods. And this is my target, and this is my framework about the community renewal. And we'd like to rebuild the relationship between the neighborhoods and reset the spirits of community. And we are also emphasize on the entrance, path, boundary, public space, and the landscape with this area. And set up a public participation in this area. So we have improved the cultural structure. That one is the cultural route for the urban people, but the other 3 is a living route for the residents in this area. And after renewal, we can see more smile about the area. The case 2 is another. That means it is a project never received by urban planner, because it's for the floating retails for the for the Yuzhong district. No planners can receive it, and the local government officials, they asked me to try to do it. And I also organized a group to complete this project. But the existing situation is because there are, in this district, there are 100 alleyways in this area, but there are over 5,000 floating retails in this area. It's very disordered. There are a great amount of floating population in this area, and in order to make a living, they live on it. And most local low-income families live by it. And floating retails lead to the city environment is very, very in disorder. And how to rearrange it. And we also collect different viewpoints from the city government, from sub-district inspectors, and local residents, and floating people, and urban planners to do this project. And after this, just before I came to US 2 months ago, I have made the first stage. And one is the principle making. That means the multiple function and diversity is very important. And the management policy making is that means make different policies by way of classification, grading, ruling, and time sharing is our management policy. And planning for every community and alleyway. This is our professional roles. And we make the planning group program and design some typical equipments for the floating retails. And I also hope these equipments just as the floating cultural symbol of this district. And now they are also in a stage of the testing their effect and revive this. But they told me yesterday that they have awarded many people from the local government and the local people and the floating retail people. They all agree that it's very successful. And this is our work from on paper. And we also designed the logo of this area and for the each floating retails equipment. So my conclusion for this is that means with the rapid development of city economy, Chongqing is facing the choice of development orientation. Chongqing model has become a new example as socialism 3.0 in China and the world. Concentration on local culture and local people's needs have been more and more understood by local society. Returning streets to communities, to local people's daily life is an irresistible trend in urban renewal. But we have facing some issues, some difficulties. One is how to understand city culture. It's very important. It's a value issue, but it's very essential. In this area, city development mainly depends on the powerful government. This is a feature of China, just as 2 cases mentioned above. Local government provides the whole money and organize the whole process, but how to insist in the community renewal sustainably, this is very boring. And the third is we lack of effective public participation, lack of the power of the lower to the upper. And next step, one is, I think it's very important to systematically carry out Chongqing community research and practice, including study on the community culture, economy, management, public participation. And another is gradually set up database of it and pay more attention to the running system of all the communities in the main city of Chongqing. And last one is actively push the community consciousness and knowledgeness in education and or in maybe from the primary school or from the kindergarten, just like the US. I have also lived in Philadelphia for only 2 months, but only just these 2 months, I have a very deep impression about difference and distance and difference between the developing country and the developed country. And we also can study more from him, from yours, but we also have local questions and local situations. So wherever we are, we should have the attitude and value of global thinking and local action. Thank you.
I'm so sorry to have to rush you through this fascinating presentation. I think perhaps we should go on with the next talk and maybe have a discussion afterwards with the last two papers because we're running out of time. It's my pleasure to introduce next Douglas Wyatt Hocking, who is a principal at Kohn Pedersen Fox Associates. His presentation will return us to architecture. Douglas has worked on a variety of project types, including residential, commercial, government, transportation, and institutional buildings, both in the US and in Asia. He's adjunct professor at the University of Hawaii's Manoa School of Architecture and studio instructor for the University of North Carolina's College of Architecture, and also an instructor of the design of the office tower course at the School of Executive Education at Harvard, and a visiting lecturer at Cornell University's College of Architecture, Art, and Planning. Please help me welcome Douglas Wyatt Hocking.
Thank you. So hopefully what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of a practical sort of presentation about how a lot of the topics that you've heard already get manifested from a practitioner's sense that I've been working in China really only for a short period of time. And I think the relationship between the topic of this group, this lecture about migration, is an interesting one because what you find also in terms of the American architects, there's actually been a significant amount of migration professionally from America to China. And I think that's, you know, the classic norm of where the jobs are, and you find that a lot of us have sort of followed that route. There are many difficulties with that, and I think many of them have been touched on. What's appropriate for an American... I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? So what you find also is that there's many difficulties and challenges for us in terms of cultural norms, issues, knowledge, how we do work there, how we represent something that is both sensitive but also forward-thinking. And with that, there's a big, steep learning curve. We rely heavily on consultants in that case. We also rely on our own expertise. We've been over there for 15 years now. We have an office in Shanghai of about 45 people who are beginning to take over leadership roles for most of the work in China. So our office now is becoming sort of a strong piece, not the hub in New York and the spokes elsewhere. You're finding that the Shanghai office is really strengthening to a point now where they're taking a leadership position for most of these projects. So with that, I'm going to talk about a very small city as opposed to the big ones that you've been seeing, Langfang. And Langfang is a city, sort of what they call of opportunity. It's not unlike what people think of Long Island cities sometimes. You know, eventually it'll catch hold and it'll develop into something. Langfang's been like that for quite a long time. But its position is unique in terms of sitting between two major cities, obviously Beijing and Tianjin. So the opportunity is obvious. As those cities grow, and it's not quite accurate, but you think of them as growth as concentric circles, soon they will envelop Langfang in terms of their auspice. In fact, the 6th ring road of Beijing comes very close to our site. So with that, the opportunities are there, but also the great challenges. And I don't have to go through a lot of this because you've seen all the numbers, and it's amazing that the numbers are different with each lecture. But you get the general idea. And I would like to just touch on an irritating name, which my colleague from OMA called up on, which is these megacities. But it's important to think of these as not just large cities about population. It's really an idea that it's actually a series of several cities that are connected by some sort of infrastructure. What you're seeing on the eastern seaboard, obviously, as you've been to upstate New York, is a manifestation of this. It's a siphoning from rural back to these big cities, and the big cities are connected, in our case, by infrastructure, although aging. In China's case, they're connected by much newer, faster infrastructure and technology, which allows for a different set of criteria and a different sense of development to occur, and I think we're only beginning to see how that manifests itself. This diagram, though, shows something that seems a little odd. It makes it seem like America is actually much more dense, but with 300 million people, what you're seeing is each one of those dots represents a town of 5,000 or more. China looks sort of surprisingly vacant in terms of their dots, but what's happening is that each of those is significantly larger. So even though there looks like there's less, the population is encapsulated in that. And obviously, as we've talked about before, as we go into the middle part of this century, that dynamic in China, but also as we touched on in India, will change as those cities start to develop. I think it's what you're seeing now in India between the cities, but also in terms of Bangalore, is the beginning of those cities being developed. The numbers are sort of straightforward, as you would expect. Obviously, the trends in terms of populations, what we've talked about. You're seeing sort of, ironically, China in terms of the people in those cities is low, but obviously that will increase. What's also interesting is when you look at Northeast Asia, particularly Japan, when you think about it in this way, you can almost imagine the entire island of Japan as basically a mega city with this sort of criteria. Again, population, we don't have to talk about this too much, but also where the density is, and for us as architects, where the projects are is obviously. So again, I don't need to go through this. All the numbers are the same, the growth trends, the infrastructure. But this, at the core of it, is really where a lot of the drive has been. If you think about in America, when they think about transit-oriented design, you know, China has it to the nth degree in the sense of its systems. With the offset on the onset of coming onto line, the high-speed rail, what you're finding now is that there's a great desire to avoid the suburban part of growth, obviously, and creating these nubs with the high-speed rail that allows someone to be fairly far away, but within a half an hour, which is really a realistic amount of time to be on a train to get to work, to arrive to a different destination where their job might actually be. So it doesn't sort of elicit or necessitate kind of the suburban sprawl that we're seeing in the States as it comes through. Population going through that, airports. But this is the number that I think is part of that migration thing that I talked about with American architects. There's just too many jobs there. And I think relative to what they need to do and their aggression, the amount of square meters that they're going to build in any sort of given sort of time is really staggering. And the fundamental principle, of which we've talked about a number of times in the lecture, is just the idea of switching that percentage of rural to urban. That is a huge migration when you think of 1.3 billion people, and the numbers are staggering. So it's all obvious stuff. But it's obvious, and sometimes you think of it in a way that you forget. But it's really how these cities developed. It's also why these cities are popping up. They're not just some sort of egotistical idea. It's actually a central policy to make this happen. So it's fundamental to the course of China's future. Whether it's a good idea or not is something that I think will be debated well into the next century. So with that, the number for us, 40 billion, I think that's probably a little bit low. That's 400 million square feet, will be built out over the next, and that's a staggering amount in terms of new towers. The typology is not just cities, it's everything in this case. It's schools, it's infrastructure, it's buildings. So again, one of the reasons why we're there. So with that, going back to how we are, in terms of just, not in terms of self-promotion, but I do believe that the fingers being pointed at Westerners coming into China and addressing that issue is an important one. And so for us, we've been in China for 15 years, like I said. These are the cities that we're currently working in. And again, we have two types of clients. We have the Hong Kong clients and we have the mainland clients. Our Shanghai office supports the mainland. Our Hong Kong office obviously supports them. So with that, we have the ability to craft. And when we think about issues about culture or about sensitivity or about putting a building into a context, we're reliant on them. We also have subs in terms of vendors. We work with Arab, who mirrors our sort of, and was actually responsible primarily for this Langfang master plan too. But also in every single time we work with an LDI, and I'm sure you're familiar with what an LDI is. An LDI is sort of a quasi-professional educational construct in China, and that's how architectural students are actually educated, where they're working on real jobs while they're getting their degree. We work with the same LDIs. We develop a relationship with them, so our staff, in essence, grows exponentially. So the information that we need to develop appropriate buildings is manifested in how we do our work there. Doesn't mean that we're perfect, and it doesn't mean that we don't produce buildings that could be parachuted out and taken into somewhere else. But the idea is that our goal is to actually be much more sensitive. Within that 15-year time period, you saw at the very beginning of that, the last thing our Chinese clients wanted was something that was contextual. They actually wanted something that was not Chinese at all. They were sick of it. They wanted Western. What you're finding now over the last 15 years is that it's reversing. Everything that we do now has to have a meaning. That meaning might be abstracted. That meaning might be relevant or very specific to a typology, but that's what our clients are demanding. So you're seeing sort of a regression back towards a cultural sensitivity that didn't exist before. So with that, in Langfang, this is one of my favorite quotes. When we first started on this project, Langfang itself is if you think of it graciously, as a third-tier city. It's probably more like a fourth-tier city. It exists, it has industry, its population is very low, its ability to grow is significant. And with that, this is sort of a quote taken in, which I think sort of encapsulates that kind of idea. This is a place of glory that will lead to greatness to its people, and where Dragon Phoenix soar is important because it sees a sort of potential in Langfang, the same potential that we see, but also the same potential that the people see that live there and the government that rules it exists, but also an important norm in terms of a cultural component. Since Langfang is basically a rural environment and the city itself is fairly new, there's very little real cultural sort of hooks that are there. There isn't a center village. There isn't anything that sort of relates to a past that's manifested in a building. But what they do think of the story of the dragon and the phoenix as a significant part of their heritage. So we always come back to that because for them, that is their identity, even though it can't be manifested. The Dragon River is actually a river next to our site, so partly it is. But for us, it's a way for us to communicate with them. And I think as American architects working in that sort of China and elsewhere too, you have to switch your sort of thinking in terms of what a cultural norm means. It doesn't mean necessarily an abstraction of a window, you know, in a mosque to something modern. And actually sort of the words behind it mean a lot when you're sort of dealing with our Chinese clients. So the sort of the emotional part of words tied to buildings is just as significant as what the buildings are. So we talked about Chongqing a lot, but also what's happening in here is a big power play between Beijing and how Beijing sees its future and how that ripples through the immediate context going all the way to Tianjin. So with that, in terms of the idea, Beijing obviously is clearly the center. And then between that and Tianjin, the idea is that that green sweep, and this is an abstraction, that green sweep is actually what they call eco-belts. Eco-belts are sort of preserved greenland. They could have buildings on them now, but eventually what they'll be is forest. Because what they want is they want in this sort of region, water issues are incredibly important. You've probably been reading about everything that's going in there. They don't want heavy water usage to sort of occupy. So a lot of the parkland that we think of that has that is not appropriate. So you're seeing trees that are being planted in huge forests that are low yield in terms of water intake. That sweeps across. And then as you come in, that goes right through our site in Langfang, which is right in the middle of it. And that is what breaks the corridor from Tianjin to Beijing. But what is important between those two is the high-speed rail link that goes through it. So if you think about Beijing being the growth concentric, capped out at the 6th ring road, you think about Tianjin with the water on one side growing in another direction, the corridor that connects them to is a line. And that line is very important because the central government's policy wants that line to be narrow. So the urban development along that line is very sort of small relative to its distance from the trunk line, which is the high-speed rail. So it's basically a sort of urban edge that connects the two, and that's where you get the megacity. So when you look at this again, coming into it as a smaller diagram, Beijing is often thought about a circle and two lines, east, west, north, south axis. The circle represents the ring roads. The green belts around it then are future preserves, and they're really seen as the lungs for Beijing. You know, they want Beijing to sort of cap out at the 6th ring road. And the growth then is in other cities that are around it, and some have been identified. Tongzhou, the new city, is probably going to be the largest, so that scale will be about 1 million people. But when you look at the differential between the region, you're talking about growth in the order of 12 million. But it's not all going to happen in Beijing, and the idea is it won't all happen in Tianjin. But these other cities will pick it up, including Langfang. So the first step of being a good person is don't pick a site that you can do, that does harm. Our site is farmland. And I think when you think about Langfang, it's farmland. It's not heavy industry in terms of farm, but it is farmland. It's localized. It's really sort of small development, small plots, and you'll see later lots of little villages around it. And the idea, though, is that even though that is significant and you can't even have a LEED certified building with the site that we have, if you think of the overarching principles of development and what Beijing needs to be in order to be more sustainable, eventually you're going to come to these sites and you're going to start building on them. The reality is that as the rule comes in, most of these plots have been vacated at this point. And the main heavy-duty sort of agriculture is happening farther away just because the real estate price for these is getting to a point where agriculture at this point doesn't make much sense. So our site, again, wheat fields, there's also fruit trees on it. It's basically flat, almost no characteristics in terms of definition, no ridge lines, no mountains. But again, you know, the notion of the cultural reference. So we started off really poorly. And I think objectively, we picked a job that typically we shouldn't have, in the sense of that you don't do that. You don't support something. And we actually at that point didn't understand the sort of overarching principles and sophistications of this sort of larger play at large. which in some ways is a rationalization, but since it's manifested from central government, it's reality, and you have to deal with it, and actually supports then going back to our site and looking at it again in a new way. So with that, in terms of the meaning, some of the sort of references in terms of the culture that we use, again, these are very strong and powerful images. If they are listening to your words being translated, but see something that they can identify with, the meaning has more impact and changes subjects. So with that, where you're beginning, and sort of it's hard to see on the screen, but Langfang itself is the area, the heart of Langfang is, let's see if I can get it. I can't. But basically the heart of it is right over here where the words are. These blue dots are villages. They're about, they could be 500 houses, they could be 100 houses, they could be close to 10,000 houses. So from small to large. And this is kind of typical of what happens on the perimeter of Beijing. So when you look at all of these, what's amazing about it is that they're almost equidistant from each other because they're surrounded by family plots of farming. So when you look at that, you're seeing something that sort of litters the site. And the idea is that they're switching from the rural, the rural to the urban. A lot of these then will revert to the eco park. So even though they're not being farms, they'll be planted with trees. So one of these that's on our site, this is the larger one. You can sort of see it's like this. It's very low scale. The density is low. It's usually single stories. Sometimes you'll have 2 stories. Sometimes there'll be industry. Sometimes it'll just be homes. And then when you go down the streets, what you'll see is this is sort of the typical view, although blurry. Courtyard homes, not impressive from the outside, but when you get into the middle of them, they're gorgeous. I mean, it's where the families are, and they sort of just grow and expand as they go through our site. The first site that we were given from the provincial government, which is important to note, was this 2 sites. The trunk line runs across that flat line, the high-speed rail, the land line. There's 2 sites. This is in terms of land policy. The government will give you the rights to develop on the land. In this case, our client was a joint venture between a Chinese natural gas company, who also is the sort of quasi-governmental affiliate for APEC, but also the connection to the municipal government. So they sort of go between the corporate world, the municipal world, and also the policy world. And oddly enough, a group of investors from Utah. And what happens is that the plan is that when you bring in the money in order to do this has to be foreign. You have to bring in foreign money to actually start these things. If you can't bring in the foreign money, your project dies. The city up the front, which our colleagues at Arab worked on, Guangzhou, is interesting because it was an eco-city, and everything in China is an eco-city, which is, ironic enough. But what happens is, what you can see here in terms of the villages, the red pieces there are the existing villages within the site. And the play between the development is the same thing that we did in Zhou's and Langfang, but also exists. Green belts running through urban development, so everyone has access to green. So the idea that the new development would happen relative to the gray bars, the green would be in between them, and then the existing towns sort of had 3 options. And movement within is really a fundamental aspect of the provincial government. So if you were in a red village, you had the opportunity to do 3 things. You could move from your village to the urban environment, which is really the one that's being built up around you. If you wanted to stay in an agrarian sort of situation, you could move to another agrarian sort of city. But that might not be nearby. That might be very far away. It could also be right next door. The second one is just moving from one of the gray zones, which really is the one that you're supposed to be moving to another one. So there's kind of 3 different types of ways to transfer going in. Before the land is developed, this is all resolved. So from a master planning standpoint, and I think as architects think, you think of a building as being the final culmination. From a master planning standpoint, what the final culmination of your work is a control plan. And a control plan is very dry. It's basically sort of the words that go with the planning effort and the drawings that show deeds and plots. That's what the central government wants. So that's the goal of this as you go forward. Later on, the government, for whatever reason, changed our site on us. And you can see the catchment that we have on our site now is different because we're actually impacting more in the sense of the villages that are around there. And that's much more of an issue for us as we move forward. But there's also initiatives from the party secretary at Langfang that's already been worked on. The heart of Langfang, which is not dense, has a master plan already engaged by HOK, which is going to increase the density to around 2.5 FAR, which is kind of the tipping point for an urban sort of environment. What happens around it is that there's a green belt that protects it from the new development areas that are around and circulating the site. Now, the political play from the party secretary at the Langfang level is that he has 8 centers or 7 centers that he's proposing. Each of those centers is the hook for development. So as an economic vehicle, he needs something to put in each of those to get the approval to actually move those developments forward. So with our site, the hook was that there's a convention center, and with everything in China, it's the world's largest convention center. But what it does is it's related to the new Beijing airport. So the Beijing airport, which is in the current 12-year plan and sort of will be approved, even though they just finished the one for the Olympics on the northern side of Beijing, the new airport is going to be about 3 kilometers away from our site. So to add an even more irritating name to our development of AeroCity, the idea of combining the airport with our development is a strong one, especially when you consider a convention center, which urbanistically usually is seen as a bad thing. So that the idea of the convention center tied to international travel, tied to the rail lines that go to the port in Tianjin is a very powerful piece, and really the only piece that the government is interested in. The rest of it is really the interest of our joint venture financial colleagues. So the images are interesting, but really not relevant. But what is important about the image is that, and it's talked about before, all of this as a process is important, and the images become key for the governors, the party secretaries at each level to go and show something to their higher up. And there's many levels. So the one that we deal with is the party secretary of Langfang. His next boss is the party secretary of the province. So he takes these, shows it to the party secretary. If the party secretary believes that it's good, then the project moves forward. But what's also ironic is the party secretary for Langfang has 7 other eco-cities within his town that he's shopping, of which we're only one. So when you go into a convention center on Langfang, you see these competing visions for what those cities need to be. And it's kind of daunting in the sense of it seems incredibly capitalistic. It seems very aggressive. It seems sort of to the point where you're really pushing for one and which one's going to survive. At this point, we don't know if ours will, although we do know that the guys from Utah didn't show up with the money. So, so that doesn't bode well for us. One of the things that we also do, and this is, you know, our colleagues at Europe are great, and what we've done and what we're obligated to do is also come up with a program. And so a lot of that deals with the data that we talked about, finding catchment from the migration within the province, what we think this new town is actually going to hold, how many people it'll do, and what are the industries, how many jobs are created, how many jobs are created means how many families are there. So when you go through this is all stuff that we developed in the essence of knowing that, in theory, the population growth within Langfang is going to be within the province. And we think in the end the city is going to be around 250,000 people. So by Chinese standards, it's a small town. But it's also big enough, and it needs to have critical industry. The industry that they picked, and the party secretary at higher levels picked, was the convention center. They also have a connection to APEC. There's a plenary session every year that deals with smart city eco-cities. That's also housed in Langfang, so there's an APEC component. And then there's a manufacturing component dealing with luxury goods. So within that, in terms of the play, that is what's seen as being viable in this area as a government initiative, not necessarily as a development initiative. So with that, that leads to the numbers that you come up with. The idea, and it was talked about before in halting ways, but fundamentally sort of negative terms, the idea is not to create pudong. And I think that in this case, it wasn't just us saying that pudong's bad, but it was from the party secretary itself to think about urban environments that are much more livable, that don't go too far in terms of FAR. So when you think about the 2.5 FAR, it doesn't seem like that much, but when you think about the constraints on green that have to be on these cities, it's actually fairly dense. So with that, you get sort of a plot like this. The general idea of the plan is 2 linear lines that go around a reservoir towards the eastern edge, towards that edge. The convention centers are to the left. The RBD that they call, which is the red, is the densest part. And the RBD is a direct reaction to CBDs. And the idea is that CBDs in all these new cities are vacuous, empty spaces, as we know and as we've contributed to. The idea is that you need to make something that's much more habitable, much more living, and much less dense in terms of the vertical height, but much more compact in terms of the living. So compacting that in the center, and then the rest of it is residential and cultural sort of components. So with that, the RBD, but again, the images are only there for selling purposes, although I think they're kind of interesting, program. And then what we also do, and this goes towards the control plan, Each program has to have its own distribution of people, jobs, and program areas. So we had to go then into each of those blocks and make up a program for them, because that's how they translate, and that's how it actually gets built in the end if the control plan is accepted. So it's very specific. The ideas are tied into a lot of speculation, but a lot of data that's generated not only by the central government, but also by the provincial government. And then the idea in terms of the density, it's a simple sort of tapering towards the top as it comes into it, but again, you're seeing residential, a series of residential plays around bodies of water, actually, and green. So the notion of green is important. It's a manifestation of the larger plans that are existing, but also on our plan, the idea that anyone has access within 200 meters to a park, which is kind of, in theory, urbanistically, a kind of a radical idea in the sense of usually that doesn't happen. And it certainly doesn't happen in a linear way, in the sense that that whole coverage zone, as you go forward, has immediate access, in this case, to two parks. The central park, which is more refined, and then the catchment areas, which are those light green zones on either side. And the catchment areas are important. I'll get into it in terms of the water play that we had, but also layering over then smaller scale green spaces. If you bring in the cultural component in terms of what people are moving from and to, one of the things that they are doing, besides farming at large scale, they're also farming at small scale. So the idea of moving someone from one place into an urban environment that doesn't have that ability to actually have a small plot of land, to grow your vegetables even though they wouldn't sustain you, but certain vegetables during your day that you sort of need or particularly enjoy. Taking that kind of notion of small scale, something that might be manifested in an apartment or on a terrace, to a building level green space, which is something much larger in terms of hydroponics in a greenhouse, to larger plots of land that are in the greenway that are community gardens, and then in the end to something that's really hard to see over there. But the idea is that something that sort of vertically ends up being the vertical farming. And it's not so much vertical as vertical farming in the future. It's all sort of smoke and mirrors at this point. But the idea of using it as a research mechanism. Because everything that we proposed had to generate something. So it couldn't be a static industry. It couldn't be a financial institution that was from the US coming in there. It had to grow in the sense. So the idea of everything that we're doing being a learning mechanism. There's a university component that leads to incubators, that leads to all these things. All of those is sort of, in the future, and since none of it has been built, none of it matters. But the idea is that they're much more sort of vigorous in their economic models and their business plan now to make sure that everything is manifested in these towns that can continue to grow. And I think truly addresses the notion of a sustainable community as opposed to a static one. The water is an interesting one. Beijing and Tianjin are on aquifers that are sort of being depleted. You've probably read recently that there's a huge viaduct that's coming up from the Yellow River to supply water to the north. So water here as a regional issue is probably the most impactful and the most important. So when we worked with Arup in terms of the sustainable solution at this point, which is, obviously, again, hasn't been built, the idea was to save as much water as possible, to minimize the water usage as much as possible. So those cases, the catchment areas that I talked about, which are part of the urban park, are not only catching runoff, but they're also filtering the runoff, they're also doing some of the gray water work, and they're also feeding off of and then generating not only potable water, but water then that is cycled back into it. So if this moves forward, things like this relative to the sustainable play are incredibly important. The rube is whether the government will act on it and in the end. And that's the thing, because all the good ideas that you come in with that you think are important and that get buy-in from the client, buy-in from the community, if they're not built in the end, you start kicking legs off of the table and it becomes much more challenging. So with that, going into this, and a lot of this is obvious architecture stuff that you've all seen in terms of what we do, in terms of the sustainability of the site. So again, it's there. Everything that is done in China now has a significant sustainable component. There's not a single project that we're working on that's not seeking something more aggressive than a gold equivalent or platinum equivalent in terms of LEED. So it's everything there. It's just a starting point, which is a great thing to see, but also this kind of grand leveling between projects going, and energy is the same sort of way. So with that, I think the big part, and this goes to really if anything is going to happen, in order to get the density, in order to make this convention center work, in order to make this IDP work, the infrastructure has to be there. The first question between a government and an investor is who's going to pay for the infrastructure. And I think in that place, the investor is always saying, I'm not paying for the infrastructure. And usually it goes back to the municipal government. And it's a huge amount of money, obviously. So even though you think things can be built in incredible speed, There's huge money being spent to create existing infrastructure for cities, to upgrade infrastructure, to connect these cities. There's not that much money left, depending on which one of these cities goes, to actually draw that infrastructure out. The lucky part for us is we're on the trunk line going back to the Beijing airport. So every airport has a high-speed maglev connection to the city, so it'll go from Beijing, but it'll also come into Langfang. And so the fact that there's a simple connection between the dots, between Langfang, the airport, and our site, means that our site in the end might have the kind of inherent structure to survive. Going back to the walking distance again. And then just images that we produce relative to the convention center, the APEC tower, and the site itself, just to sort of give them the idea of what it is. Now, what we've seen in Songdo, which was also mentioned, no city is instant. And what you go through in any of these cities is an incredibly awkward period where the city hasn't been flushed out. I think Masdar, what they're trying to do, although I'm not super familiar with it, is start from a center and grow out, so at least it looks like the city is filled. When you think of a city that's spread across a number of different plots, where certain plots are being built at a certain time, there's kind of an ungainly, sort of awkward phase that unfortunately is measured in generations before the city starts to backfill and before it starts to come in. So with that in consideration, when you think about these high expenditure sort of items like infrastructure, they don't all show up day one. They actually show up sort of 10, 15, 25 years later. So the assumption is that with anything, like your city is not sustainable until it's actually manifested in some sort of complete form, and that is defined probably 30 years down the road if you're lucky. So with that, I thought I'd give you the end is just really sort of, again, a practical kind of practitioner's view of dealing with a lot of the issues that we've been talking about. So thank you again.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks a lot. Regrettably, we have to clear this auditorium. So the questions to both of the last speakers, maybe you can do that outside in the hallway. And all the speakers, please congregate by the desks for the transport to the dinner, yes? And concluding words, it was a great day. It was a long day. But I want to just a general applause round for everybody, both the audience that is left and all the speakers. Thank you very, very much.